Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, wherever it is you're coming from. I don't care as long as you're all right. Welcome to the Defence Arrests. I'm Jodie, and today we're going to start something new. We are going back to 2019 and to Ohio, and we're going to delve into the case of Brooke Skyler Richardson. Is she a callous cheerleader? Or let's wait and find out. Run the intro.
Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule at the defense rests.
All right. Now, as I said, good morning, Christine. How are we? How are we? I hope you all had a great weekend. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. Good morning, Teresa and Udaha. Good morning to you all. Good morning. I'll just give everyone a chance to come on in. Now, I spent all of my weekend researching, planning, presenting, cutting, pasting, setting up this great presentation for this trial that was supposed to start today. And I got on Sunday at lunchtime just to double check and see what time the jury trial was booked to start. And I noticed that it had been postponed until May 2025. Yeah. So I pivoted and had a quick look at the Skyler Richardson trial that was back in 2019. It's about a cheerleader who had fallen pregnant and didn't particularly, wasn't as unplanned pregnancy. And she didn't tell anybody. She kept it a complete secret from everybody, her parents, her boyfriend, everyone, the father. And she is claiming that she went into labour, had the baby in the middle of the night, and it was stillborn, and buried it into the backyard. She named her Annabelle, and it wasn't until she went back to the OBGYN that she had gone to only the month before for birth control pills, when she found out she was pregnant, that they followed up with what? Because she hadn't gone back there. She hadn't done any prenatal workups. She hadn't done any checks. She hadn't made any preparations for this baby. She hadn't told anyone. And yes, she turns up back to get some birth control pills, and they question her about what happened, and she tells them that the baby was stillborn, and we go from there. So welcome. How are you, Tecia? Now, the attorneys in this case, I have been told, are fantastic, which is one of the reasons why I wanted to watch it. And yes, I thought that we could go through this one together. So if you have seen it, no spoilers, please. That would be fantastic. It is a trial from what I will say deemed the archives, but it looks quite interesting. I don't know a great deal about it. As I said, I spent all of my researching time on a different trial that has since been postponed till May. But come next May, we are going to have a fantastic, I'm just going to go, woohoo, I don't have to do anything for that one. All right, so the intro that I've got, I actually found like a good explanation on a documentary series. Hey, good morning, Edith. Good morning. Yes, you won't you won't win because you will never defeat us. Pun intended. Yes, I know. Good morning, Laura. Good morning. Welcome, welcome. Yes, as I said, this is a trial that is back in 2019, and the lawyering is supposed to be fantastic. So let's give it a shot, shall we? We won't know until we give it a go. All right, share screen, Jodie. Add to stage. And I have it boosted. I have CC's on. Let me know if the sound is okay. And let's go.
Ohio was home to many families, including the Richardsons. The Richardson family consisted of Kim and Scott Richardson, who were both actively involved in their children's lives. Their son, Jackson, was passionate about playing football, while their daughter, Brooke Skyler, or Skylar as she was known, was a cheerleader. Skylar suffered from an eating disorder that ruled her life from a young age. Her mother, Kim, first noticed her daughter's struggle with her eating habits when she was in the 6th grade. At just 12 years old, Skylar's obsession with food and exercise became apparent when she refused to purchase gum if it had more than 5 calories. Because Skylar was a flyer on the cheerleading squad, she needed to be light and easy to toss. This pressure to maintain a certain weight made her battle even harder. She had become consumed by her body image and the constant fear of gaining weight. Skylar's struggle with her weight and body image began during cheerleading season. In an effort to maintain her body weight, she started throwing up after meals. However, this destructive behavior only exacerbated her issues when cheerleading season was over. After the end of cheerleading season, Skylar's struggle with her weight intensified. She would experience periods of binge eating, where she would consume excessive amounts of food in a short period. These episodes would often be followed by periods of starvation, where Skylar would restrict her food intake or engage in extreme diets. Skylar's parents noticed her changing behavior and were concerned for her well-being. They tried to approach her about their concerns, but Skylar would shut down whenever the topic was raised. She never wanted to talk about it, and any attempt to address her weight was met with resistance. Frustrated, Skylar's parents sought professional help from various doctors.
Good morning, Mr. Brybear. Thank you very much. Mr. Clever Man. I hope you're feeling better from the nasty bug.
Doctors and therapists. They hoped that
just whilst I remember to, pinned at the top of the chat, if anyone's interested, I decided to make this an open panel night. So the link to this live stream is pinned in the message at the top of chat. If you would like to jump on and join me for the live stream, there are a couple of rules, but you can find them in the description box. They're not anything mad.
These interventions would provide some relief for their daughter. After an evaluation, Skylar was eventually diagnosed with body dysmorphia. This condition involves an obsessive focus on a perceived flaw in appearance, often leading to significant distress and impairment in daily functioning. July 2016 marked the summer before Skylar's senior year when she decided to begin dating a friend's cousin. However, the relationship did not last for long, and by January 2017, Skylar had moved on to a new...
Do you recognize this one, Kelly?
new boyfriend, a high school student named Brandon. Skylar was genuinely happy and seemed to be gaining weight.
Excellent.
Her parents, Kim and Scott, hoped that their daughter's eating disorder was under control.
Now,
they noticed that she looked healthy. And
go back to that picture there. If you look at that photo there, she's pregnant in those photos. So the May photo, she is about 8 months pregnant. So that's how she kept it a secret. That's her prom dress. So, yes, that's another thing. Thank you, Teresa, for reminding me. I hope you all are okay over there with the storm. I noticed that you wrote in here that you had rain all weekend, but no damage. But Tennessee, Florida, and Georgia is devastated, and North Carolina. So that's just terrible. It's terrible. My heart goes out to you all. So please stay safe. Stay safe. Because I think you're down that way to have too, aren't you? Down Florida way. And I hope your mum is safe as well. Oh, excellent. Excellent. I'm glad. All right. I'm sending dry thoughts over there.
Hoped that their daughter's eating disorder was under control. They noticed that she looked healthy and appeared genuinely happy. In February, Skylar excitedly picked out her prom dress. It was a tightly fitted dress that required her to be laced into it. By mid-March, Skylar went on vacation with her family. During the trip,
Now, you could probably think that she may look a little pudgy there, but certainly not 8 months pregnant. No way, Jose. No way. I'm fine. Mum is fine, but my sister... Oh, it's awful. Where was your sister? It have? Just looking at the when I did Verdict Watch on Friday, I went through and we looked at some of the storm chasers of the hurricane, and it's horrendous, just horrendous. The devastation. Wow. Yeah, because I thought that they normally, like, as I know it was a Cat 4 when it hit land, but then it didn't really stop. As it went inland, it didn't slow very quickly. So, not that my geography of the US is particularly good, but I believe that isn't North Carolina and Tennessee all further inland, Georgia more inland. I know Florida's on the coast, but yeah, it just looks awful. And the power outages over there too, like...
she wore a two-piece bathing suit. Her mom thought she looked wonderful. Kim, knowing that her daughter and Brandon were heating up, wanted Skylar to start taking birth control pills. She believed that this would protect her daughter's health and help prevent any unwanted pregnancies. In mid-April 2017, Skylar visited her mother's gynecologist to obtain a prescription for birth control.
So it's because of all the rain, all the inland rivers flooded. Wow. So was she on holiday, Udahef, or had she evacuated in knowing that the storm was coming? As long as she's safe.
Skylar's mother, Kim, waited outside the doctor's office while Skylar met with the doctor. Upon exiting the examination room, Skylar emerged with tears streaming down her face. Kim immediately asked her daughter why she was so upset, to which Skylar replied that it was a traumatic experience for her. She believed her daughter was telling the truth, unaware of the real reason behind the tears. The truth was that during Skylar's visit to the OB/GYN, the doctor informed her that she was approximately 8 months pregnant. Skylar requested the doctor not to tell anyone about this, as she was not ready to share the news with her loved ones. 9 days later, on May 5th, Skylar and her boyfriend, Brandon, went to the prom. Despite her advanced pregnancy, Skylar managed to fit into her prom gown. 2 months after Skylar went to prom on July 14th, 2017, the Carlisle police showed up at the Richardson home. They informed Skylar's parents, Kim and Scott, that they needed to speak to the teenager about something she may have witnessed. The police officers assured the parents that Skylar was not in trouble and took her at their word. Scott decided to drive Skylar to the
Laura, she had an eating disorder apparently, so her weight fluctuated quite a lot. So, but in that bikini photo shot, and even in that red dress shot, she's 8 months pregnant. She's nearly full term. So, yeah, she hit it
the
well.
police station, unsure of what awaited them. The police wanted to question Skylar regarding a call they received from a gynecologist's office. This OB/GYN reported that one of their patients had given birth to a baby and buried the baby in the backyard. Upon receiving this information, the police promptly took Skylar into custody and brought her to an interrogation room. Skylar's father was not allowed in the room with her. Before initiating the interview, the police read Skylar her rights. They then proceeded to disclose the details of the call from the doctor's office. According to the caller, the doctor had informed them that on April 26th, Skylar had discovered that she was pregnant. However, when Skylar returned to the office, she reportedly disclosed that the baby was not alive, and she buried her in the backyard. During her interview, Skylar admitted to the police that she had given birth to a stillborn baby girl on May 7, 2017. Skylar stated that she had delivered the baby in the bathroom and noticed that the infant was not breathing and had no heartbeat. She explained that she felt the need to bury the baby and decided not to tell anyone about the incident. According to Skylar, she silently walked downstairs and retrieved a small...
It depends what you deem. It depends what she is being accused of being guilty of. Is she guilty of being selfish? Is she guilty of being irresponsible because she didn't follow any recommendations or do any prenatal checks? You know, I actually have not seen what the outcome of this trial is or anything, so I am just watching what I see and what's presented in front of me this time for a change. Because normally I would have done this entire presentation, but I had to quickly find one because I spent all my time on a trial that got postponed.
garden shovel. She then dug a shallow grave in her backyard, where she buried the baby. To mark the spot and the memory of her child, Skylar placed a vase with a flower in it at the burial site. After questioning Skylar, the police informed her parents, Kim and Scott, about the real reason she had been brought to the station. Kim and Scott were shocked to learn that she had...
So the parents didn't even know until after the police had brought her in for questioning, after the obstetrician had reported it to them, that she had buried the baby, had the baby at home, buried the baby in the backyard.
Had been pregnant, as they had no idea. They saw her every day and believed that she was unaware of her pregnancy. Upon hearing the news, Kim was heartbroken to discover that her daughter had faced this difficult situation alone. She expressed her sorrow at the fact that Skylar had to deliver the baby in the bathroom without anyone there to support her. Skylar informed her parents that she had named the baby Annabelle and claimed that the child's father was a close friend's cousin whom she dated briefly before Brandon. Crime scene investigators arrived at the Richardson home to conduct a search for the baby's remains. During the search for the baby's remains in the Richardson backyard crime scene, investigators removed weeds and brushed the ground to uncover the skeletal remains. The police were meticulous in their approach, carefully removing any debris that could hinder their investigation. Despite the challenges posed by the overgrown vegetation, they were able to uncover a significant amount of evidence. After removing the weeds and brushing the ground, the police discovered several bones, including pieces of the skull. These remains were meticulously collected and placed in small body bags to preserve any evidence. The investigators took great care to ensure that the integrity of the bones was maintained. One investigator later testified that the remains smelled. Another investigator confessed that the bones were so small that it was difficult to determine if they were collecting rock or bone. The coroner confirmed the discovery of hair and very small fingernails, but no organs or other identifiable items. After more than 5 hours of questioning, Skylar and her parents were allowed to return home. However, 6 days after the incident, the police contacted Skylar and informed her that she needed to come back again. They assured her father, Scott, that she was not in trouble. However, during the interview with Skylar, the police informed her that they had received new damaging information from the coroner's office. They claimed they had discovered more about the story that
I honestly can't tell you, Laura, because I don't know what they're presenting or what the outcome is or anything like that. I do know, I think we hear from a couple of medical experts, but apart from that, I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you, darling. But we're here for you if you need us.
than what Skylar had initially shared. The medical examiner who analyzed the remains stated that there was evidence to suggest that the baby's bones may have been burned. Skylar was bewildered when confronted with the statement that the baby was burned. She adamantly denied setting up.
Yeah, and I'm really, really sorry, sweetheart. I agree. She didn't tell a soul. She didn't tell anybody. She didn't tell the father of the baby, who she'd broken up with and was seeing somebody else. She didn't tell her current boyfriend. She told no one in the family. Yeah. Yes, I can certainly feel for you. I didn't go full term, but I certainly have been in that situation as well, and I apologise.
A fire, stating that she would never harm her child. The police, however, remained determined to get Skylar to admit to killing her baby girl and burning her remains to hide the evidence. In an attempt to elicit an admission, the police suggested that perhaps Skylar had tried to cremate the baby in order to keep the ashes off the premises. This suggestion only further confused Skylar, who was adamant that she did not burn the baby. However, suddenly, Skylar changed her story and told police she did have a lighter and may have used it to try and cremate her baby's remains. Additionally, Skylar stated that there is a possibility that the baby was born alive, as she made a gurgle or a noise and possibly even heard her cry at one point. Skylar admitted to holding the newborn too tight.
I think the thing that gets me the most is that there are so many people out there that try so hard and spend so much money on trying to have a child together and would make amazing, fantastic parents. And some people can just slip over and fall pregnant and think nothing of it and take it for granted. And it's such a precious, precious thing that, you can't really understand it until you've experienced creating another life, basically.
Which may have contributed to the baby's death. During the hour-long interrogation, the police gathered sufficient evidence to arrest Skylar on a charge of reckless homicide. Their theory was that Skylar suffocated the baby. After presenting the case to a grand jury, she was eventually indicted and arrested for
We buried our baby boy 12. Oh, the funeral is not full term now. Yeah, absolutely, Laura. The law in Australia is that anything after 24 weeks, you must have a birth certificate and a funeral. and it's yeah, I used to work in a hospital that did a lot of well, actually where I had my children, so it was a general surgical hospital as well as a midwifery hospital, and they had a special care nursery there, nothing like what a neonate nursery was, but I had a girlfriend that had a baby at 24 weeks, and she survived. But she told me that when she was born, the only way that she could explain the size of this baby was like she said it was like a chicken wing with veins, basically a chicken breast with veins. She said she was so small, so small, and yeah, amazingly she survived. So interrogation in this case. Does it? Okay. Sympathise. She was young, but this is awful. I had my first at 18, I know. Absolutely. And she knows right from wrong for sure. She's not silly. She's not silly at all. Yeah, I had my first at 26, but that's only because we'd been trying for 4 years. And I was very, very lucky.
Aggravated murder, a charge that carries a mandatory life sentence in Ohio. Skylar pleaded not guilty to the additional charges of voluntary manslaughter.
How far along were you, Laura, if you don't mind? I've actually been watching a lot of there's a lot of NICU videos on YouTube, and I've been watching those recently. They're just amazing, those people, absolutely amazing at what they do.
Abuse of a corpse, and danger to children at her arraignment. She spent the weekend in jail until her family was able to secure a $50,000 bond. Skylar found herself at the center of a media firestorm following the tragic death of her child. From the moment her name emerged, the public judged and scrutinized everything she and her family did. The constant judgment and scrutiny took a toll on their well-being, leading them to retreat into the safety of their own home. However, the threats they received made it difficult for them even to step outside. Members of the public would take pictures of them, further fueling the frenzy and adding to the immense pressure they were under. The relentless public scrutiny became unbearable, engulfing every aspect of their lives. Despite her defense attorneys believing that Skylar gave a false confession and that her infant death was not intentional, the prosecution remained steadfast in their approach. Despite mounting evidence contradicting their initial assessment, they pressed forward with their case. One of the key pieces of evidence in the prosecution's case was the initial report from the medical examiner, who stated that the remains had been burned. However, upon further examination, the medical examiner retracted her initial assessment. After carefully reviewing the baby's body, she declared that there was no evidence whatsoever of burning. Despite this new revelation, the prosecution's approach remained unchanged. They clung to Skylar's admission that she had attempted to cremate the remains, even though the evidence contradicted their theory of a burned body.
All right, we'll finish that there. That's basically just a quick overview. Quick overview of the case, basically. So I thought that we would just do that quickly, so that we knew what was going on. Share screen. Present. Now, what have I missed? 20 weeks. So you knew before you even had him, isn't it? That happened to me. We went to have a ultrasound and they couldn't find a heartbeat. There you go. And you have to go through the entire labour, the entire process, regardless. Yeah, you're paying your loss. Oh, Teresa. Oh, how did that happen? That's awful. It's horrific. It's horrific. Yeah, 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 yeah. I don't understand how. I think a lot of the young people today tend to use clinics as birth control, and I just think that's disgusting. That's awful. My heart goes out to both of you. I'm so sorry. Do you know what? Fuck cancer. Fuck cancer. That's all I can say. Oh, I don't know. I know a couple of my eldest daughter is 25, and I know a couple of her girlfriends who should have known better. Yeah. It's amazing how formed they are, and they're a little human. Mm. Maybe we should organise a counselling stream and just have a chat. Mm. All right. All right. So that pretty much tells us the overall basis of what's happening, and thankfully, Law and Crime have organised it into a beautiful little setup. So they've got state's opening statements saved as one, the defences the next, and every witness, and so on and so forth. So we'll go straight into the prosecution's opening statements.
The Honorable Judge Yoder presiding. You may be seated.
This is the case of the state of Ohio versus Skyler Richardson, case number 2017 CR 33292. We are on the record outside the presence of the jury. Mr. Knippen, anything preliminary to come to my attention before we get started? Mr. Ritkers, anything preliminary to come to my attention before we get started? All right, we did have a brief discussion concerning Mr. Knippen, three of the state's witnesses that have requested, at least so far, not to be filmed. Can you tell me about that?
Yes, Your Honor, they are Trey Johnson, Ashley Sparkman, and Allison Campbell have requested not to be filmed when they're testifying.
All right. Ohio Rule Superintendent's 12C provides that the filming, recording, or videotaping of witnesses who object shall not be permitted. I find that this request is reasonable under.
Yes, you stepped away at the wrong time, Bri. Oh, it's awful. Awful. Absolutely. Absolutely. And you hope that no one ever has to go through it, ever. I don't know what I would do. I live for my children and I don't know what I would do without them. Bri, I don't know if you know Laura, Bri works with a lot of neonatal babies and is extremely talented and has a lot of experience in that area, and very, very intelligent man. No, I don't think you ever would. Do you have other children, Laura? Did you, and you, Teresa, did you have more than one child, or? Oh, I'm glad. So you've got one that's 21, one 18, and 8. Well, you're lucky if he would have been 10, so he would have been your third. So there was no internal damage done, obviously, because you were able to have the fourth. So that's good. That's good. Three boys. Wow, that would have been fun growing up. Each you out of house and home, no doubt. I've got 2 girls, thankfully. Although nothing of mine was sacred. My shoes, my clothes, my makeup, my jewellery, my skincare, everything. Oh. My brother's looking after him. That's good. That's good. I'm glad. Love to you all. All right. We can do this. We can get through this.
Under the circumstances, so I'm going to order that these witnesses not be filmed from their face. I will permit photos of their feet or their lower body as they come in the courtroom. I think this is a reasonable accommodation under the circumstances. Prospectively, this order will not apply to the defendant. So if Ms. Richardson elects to testify in this case and indicates that she does not want to be filmed, I'm going to have a separate hearing outside the presence of the jury to determine that issue. Anything else before we get started?
No, Your Honor.
Are we ready for our jury?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Mullins, go get our jury.
He's got some volume in that hair, hasn't he?
You may be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Was everybody able to follow my instructions and admonitions last night and into this morning?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, we are now going to hear the opening statements of the attorneys. The opening statements are not evidence. They are designed to assist you with the evidence. We have agreed in advance that each side will have 45 minutes for their opening. Mr. Kennedy.
Yes, I have my 2 girls, and they're 25 and 23, and they don't live at home anymore, and it is absolutely fucking awful. It is awful. And, you know, your job as a parent is to teach them how to be self-sufficient, how to survive in the big wide world, how to have all of the knowledge and skills and stuff that they need to be able to be an independent, productive member of society and, look after themselves. I think I did too much of a good job because they don't need the mama anymore. Nope. So sometimes I wish I'm like, oh, come home. Mind you, whenever they're sick, that the first person they ring, Mom, can you make me some soup? And they are, look, don't get me wrong, they are beautiful, beautiful girls, and they do come and visit me as often as they can. They're both working full time. You know, it's life. That's just how it is. I can't fault them for being responsible and working and living their best life. Oh, they know it. Do you know what? In fact, I had my daughter come over about 3 weeks ago, and she said to me, Mum, we need to sit down and watch this movie. And I'm like, what is it? And believe it or not, it was the Barbie movie. Like, and I'm like, really? I have to watch this? But I agreed, just because it meant spending a couple of hours with her, snuggled on the bed, and she was in tears. She was absolutely in tears, and she said, they are absolutely right, Mum. You know, you teach us and you guide us, and then you step back and you watch. And yes. So they do know. They do know. I must say I didn't appreciate my mum as much as I should have until I had my own children and realised how freaking hard it was.
Knippen, you may proceed.
I'm literally speechless with how happy I am. My belly is back, OMG, and I'm never, ever, ever, ever letting it get like this again. You're about to see me looking freaking better than before, OMG. Those are the words that Brooke Richardson texted to her mother just hours after she murdered her infant daughter in the middle of the night and buried her lifeless body in the dirt behind their home. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here today because the defendant, Brooke Richardson, murdered a baby that she didn't want and never intended to keep. Upon finding out that she was pregnant by a boy that she wanted nothing to do with, Brooke Richardson burst into tears that she cannot have this reaction. Her doctor told her that if she had any thoughts of harming herself or the child, she needed to let him know that right away. But Brooke never followed up with her doctor. In fact, she never scheduled any of the follow-up appointments that her doctor requested, and she didn't return any of the calls from the Hilltop staff or even the doctor himself when they tried to get her back in for another appointment. She never told anyone that she was pregnant, and she never followed up with any type of prenatal care. But what we know that she did do, by her own admission, is that she researched ways on the internet of, quote, how to get rid of a baby. And then in the early morning hours of May 7th, 2017, Brooke Richardson gave birth at her family home, and she told no one. She didn't call 911. She didn't go to the hospital, and she didn't even.
Morning, Moonstar. This is a trial that was done in 2019, so I'm redoing it. I haven't seen the trial myself, and I don't think a lot of the others in chat have seen it either, so no spoilers. I have no idea what the outcome is.
Even wake up her mom and dad,
Yes.
who were just downstairs asleep in their room. Instead, shortly after birth, Brooke killed her infant daughter so that no one would ever know that she was
Morning,
pregnant
Regina.
or that she had a child. After murdering her daughter, she disposed of any evidence of her daughter's existence and buried her daughter's body in the ground behind their home. Just hours after discarding that baby's lifeless body in the dirt, she texted her mother, "I'm literally speechless with how happy I am." Shortly after that text message, she followed it up with another text message to her mother. "I am literally so excited now just for dinner to wear something cute. Yay. My belly is back. Now I'm..."
She's claiming that the baby was stillborn, apparently, but she didn't tell anybody about the pregnancy or anything.
Taking this opportunity to make it amazing. And while Brooke was taking this opportunity, as she described it, to make her body look amazing, her daughter's body was decomposing in the ground behind their home. Ladies and gentlemen, Brooke Richardson grew up in a small, tight-knit community of Carlisle at 104 Eagle Ridge Drive, where she lived with her mother and father, Kim and Scott Richardson, and her brother Jackson. Brooke was a popular senior at Carlisle High School, and she had plans to attend the University of Cincinnati in the fall of 2017. To outside observers, Brooke Richardson had the perfect life. But back in August of 2016, Brooke was briefly involved with a boy by the name of Trey Johnson,
Good morning,
who
Leonard.
was from West Carrollton. During the month of August of 2016, Brooke and Trey had sex on 2 different occasions.
There is it says 6 days of witness testimony, but they've cut them down to each person's testimony in like each block. So it's like 40 minutes here, 26 minutes there. I think we'll be able to knock it off this week. So it cuts out all the breaks and everything, the way they've set it up. Like today, day 1 is broken up into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 videos at about 40 minutes each. So some of them are 20 minutes. So yeah, I reckon we'll get through it this week, because we've got, apparently, we'll see, Sarah Boone next week. Oh yes, it'll be every day this week, if that's okay. Yes, yes, yeah. It's a good trial to, it sounds like a good trial to analyse the legal system and how it works, and, you know, from the interrogation and the prosecution and the defence, apparently strategically, and their arguments are good examples of top quality lawyering, allegedly. Yeah. Yes, I did actually see there is statistics that relate to her eating disorder and the potential for a stillborn birth. But what I can't get past is but she didn't tell anybody. So there's going to be a lot of differing opinions on this one. So you're more than welcome to have your opinion. Just keep them respectful. That's all I ask.
One of those times, they did not use any protection. Towards the end of August 2016, Brooke broke it off with Trey and told him that she wanted to focus on her cheerleading. And she then blocked him on all of the social media accounts and never talked to Trey again. In January of 2017, Brooke started dating a boy by the name of Brandon Saylor, who also went to Carlisle High School and who was a year younger than Brooke. Before long, they were texting about how much they loved each other and how they were going to spend the rest of their lives together. In April of 2017, Brooke had her mother make an appointment for her with Hilltop OBGYN for the purpose of obtaining birth control pills. But for Brooke, this appointment was a little bit more than just obtaining birth control pills. The evidence will show that at the time Brooke had her mother schedule this appointment, she already suspected that she was pregnant, and she was looking for verification. And on April 26, 2017, nearly 8 months after she broke it off with Trey Johnson.
All right, I have a question. What if, by chance, there was something that she did or could have done, or maybe didn't do? I don't know, I'm making this up on the fly. That because she didn't do any prenatal care, it contributed to the potential of the baby being stillborn. Does that make sense? Yes. She should have called 911 the second that she delivered, for sure, but she didn't. She didn't even tell her parents.
Brooke's worst fears were confirmed when Dr. Andrews told her that she was, in fact, pregnant. Dr. Andrew estimated that Brooke was already in her 3rd trimester and told her that she would be delivering a baby within a matter of weeks. During this appointment, Dr. Andrew conducted an abdominal ultrasound and listened to the baby's heartbeat with Brooke and determined that the fetal heart rate was strong and healthy. When Dr. Andrew spoke with Brooke about her pregnancy, she kept...
Not sure if how that's handled. Is it illegal for a pregnant woman? No. Nope. Absolutely. It's not illegal for pregnant women to use IV drugs either, apparently. And that happens all the time as well. And those babies go through withdrawal, and it's shocking, absolutely shocking. But what if it was proven that if the baby didn't survive, and it was shown that either the smoking or the IV drug using or whatever it was that the woman did during her pregnancy contributed to the death of that child, where does that stand legally? Like, that's the question I'm asking. I'm just putting it out there to get the old ticker going. I don't, I'm not saying anyone's right or wrong. I'm just putting it out there.
Kept repeating that she cannot have this baby, and she was adamant that she could tell no one that she was pregnant. Because of Brooke's reaction, the doctor gave her what are called suicide warnings, telling her that if she had any thoughts of harming herself or the baby, that he needed to know that. Dr. Andrew requested that Brooke schedule an ultrasound the very next day and that she schedule a follow-up appointment.
I need to see some more evidence as the trial goes on before I have a deeper opinion, I think. It's not illegal, but discuss. Yes. Yes, I agree. But then back when my mum was pregnant with me, she was told to go and have a sherry to calm down. So it's one of those things that evolves. In the US, pregnant women who are abusing drugs and or alcohol can be reported to CPS, but repercussions are rare. And yes, unless you're Sally Smith. Yes, it's not good.
Within a week so that she could get started on prenatal care. Brooke left that afternoon from the doctor's office with specific instructions to schedule a follow-up appointment. Brooke, however, never scheduled that follow-up appointment. When Brooke failed to schedule the follow-up appointment, staff from Hilltop OBGYN began trying to reach out to her to get her back in. Dr. Andrew himself called her, trying to get her back in. But Brooke didn't return any of those calls. Not only
addiction is a nasty, nasty thing to have. And I'm just really, really lucky that being a smoker, the first thing that told me I was pregnant was that I could not stand the smell of cigarettes. So I had no problems whatsoever. And gave up straight away and did not smoke until I'd finished breastfeeding. I found that part easy, and it was with both of my pregnancies. That was the first indication of like, don't come near me, you stink. But I understand that addiction is what it is, unfortunately. Oops. Yeah. Absolutely. That's one of the biggest things that I was trying to get through, was that there are so many ways to prevent unwanted pregnancies and STDs, so educate your children is all I can say. Educate them. I always told my girls from a young age that I always had a box of condoms in the bottom of the bathroom drawer, and just said to them, they're there. I don't need to know if you're using them. When you're using them, just bloody use them. And if you're getting low, just let me know and I'll replace it. Simple. No excuses then.
Not only did Brooke not speak with anyone from Hilltop, she never told anyone that she was pregnant, including the baby's father, Trey Johnson. A few days after
Zach.
her appointment,
Welcome.
Hilltop accidentally sent an email to Brooke's mother, Kim Richardson, which contained information that Brooke was pregnant. During the course of this trial, you will see evidence regarding the dysfunctional relationship between Brooke and her mother, Kim Richardson. You will see evidence that Kim was...
Look, there is no... As soon as you tell someone no, they're not... Abstinence isn't the answer. It's education. Educate them. If they're going to do it, they're going to do it regardless. Just make sure that they do it safely. That's all I can say, Teach them self-respect, dignity. I always said to my girls that it is something that it's not wrong. It's a beautiful thing, but it makes it even more special if you wait until you share it with someone that you love. So yes, I was. The first 3 months were horrible, and the last 2 weeks, so I went over with both of them, were the longest weeks of my entire life.
Was obsessed with Brooke's appearance and that she constantly monitored Brooke's weight. So when Kim questioned Brooke about being pregnant, Brooke lied.
Aw,
Said this was
thank
all
you.
just a big mistake. But Brooke did get a preview of exactly how her mother would feel about if she was pregnant. In a text message exchange, which you will see, Kim told Brooke that her life would be over and that she would have no future if she were in fact pregnant.
Me too, Laura. I want to be a nana too. And I've been nagging my 25-year-old. Yeah, so I hear you.
But right then and there, ladies and gentlemen, just a few days after her appointment with Hilltop, when she found out she was pregnant, she had the perfect opportunity to come clean to her mother.
Oh, yes, you will.
And tell her that she was pregnant. She was specifically questioned by her mother about that. And did Brooke finally come clean at that point and tell her what happened? No. She continued to lie and conceal this pregnancy because no one was ever going to find out about the truth of her pregnancy. The evidence will show that in the days and weeks following her appointment, Brooke made no plans to care for her child. She didn't follow up with Hilltop. She didn't start prenatal care. She didn't look at baby clothes, cribs, diapers, bottles. And she didn't research how to give her child up for adoption. She did nothing. In fact, the only real planning by Brooke during that time period was to conduct internet searches of, quote, how to get rid of a baby. On Friday, May 5th, 2017, about a week after finding out that she was pregnant, Brooke went to prom with her boyfriend, Brandon. That evening at prom, though, Brooke started having what she described as super bad cramping. When Brandon questioned her about how she was feeling, Brooke led Brandon to believe that she was just starting her period. She was determined to keep her.
Could you imagine if her water had broken in the middle of prom? Like, she obviously had no idea what childbirth was actually about, which could have quite easily happened.
Secret. The next day, Saturday, May the 6th of 2017, Brooke continued having really bad cramps. She even texted Brandon that the cramps were so bad that she was laying on the couch with a heating pad. Brooke, however, still refused to ask for help or tell anyone that she was pregnant. Later that afternoon on Saturday, she went to a Reds game with Brandon for his birthday. She was determined not to let anyone know what was really going on. When she got home that evening, she went to her room.
Good morning,
and then in the middle of the night, while her mom, dad, and brother were asleep, Brooke gave birth to her daughter. Upon going into labor, she didn't call 911. She didn't try to go to the hospital. She didn't run downstairs to her mother and father. She didn't wake up her brother, who was just across the hall. She was still, even when confronted with the birthing process itself, determined to keep her secret. Under the cover of darkness, she delivered the baby all by herself without making a noise, without alerting anyone. And finally, when the moment of truth was upon her, she took her newborn's life and disposed of that body in the yard behind their home. She then cleaned up the entire bloody mess and destroyed any evidence of her daughter's existence before climbing into bed and going to sleep. Later that morning, Brandon had sent her a text message asking how she was feeling. Brooke responded with, "I'll tell you about it later, but last night was like the worst ever, and I didn't go to sleep until 5:30. But I feel so much better this morning."
Wow. Especially when the burden is so low in a grand jury. So, do you know how far along this woman was, Edhef?
I'm happy. The perfect crime, ladies and gentlemen, the perfect crime. And what did Brooke do just hours after killing her infant daughter and burying her in the backyard?
Awesome.
She went to the gym. That afternoon, Brooke went to the gym and started working out to continue concealing any evidence that she was ever pregnant or that she had a child.
You would think, either way, if you've just delivered this baby and it is stillborn, you would think that you would be hysterical and run downstairs to your parents to share your grief. Naturally, that's what I would do. Or vice versa, if you've given birth and you have this beautiful baby in your arms, how could you not share that with someone? Like, I don't understand how she can go through that lack of emotion, that process of birth, because there are so many hormones going through you that she can keep that to herself either way. I don't get it. Do not get it. Yeah, I spoke to my mum tonight before the stream. Yeah. Yes. Well, we've got Brian chat, who is, as I said, a neonate specialist, but he's particularly in the respiratory side of things. So there is a way, I think, that they can tell whether or, well, actually, no, there was no living tissue left, I don't think so. But there is a way that you can tell in the lungs, apparently, if they had actually taken a breath. But I think that there was nothing that they could examine in this case, I think.
Child. This photo at the gym was taken hours after she had given birth to a full-term child without any medical assistance. Brooke's determination to erase any evidence of her child was inconceivable. Not only did she go to the gym, she immediately started photographing her weight loss. And for the next few days and weeks, Brooke resumed living her perfect life, spending time with Brandon and looking forward to attending college in the fall. Everything was perfect again. But on July 12th, 2017, Brooke had to go back to Hilltop OBGYN to have her birth control prescribed.
Just wait till you hear the defence's opening statements. And this is where I'm trying to detach myself from the emotional and focus on what their strategy is, because apparently they're both brilliant attorneys, and Yeah, just wait until you hear the defense's openings.
Prescription refilled. This time, however, Brooke saw a different doctor. She saw Dr. Boyce.
Private Mrs.
When Dr.
Winnie-
Boyce asked Brooke what she was there for, Brooke told her that she needed a refill of her birth control. What Brooke didn't know, however, was that Dr. Andrew and other staff had talked with Dr. Boyce before this appointment and informed her about the previous appointment where she was told that she was pregnant. So when Brooke told Dr. Boyce that she needed a refill on her birth control,
This is the same state, Udahef. It's in Ohio as well. Wow. I'll have a read of that. Thank you.
Dr. Boyce confronted her about being pregnant at the last visit. At that point, Brooke broke down and stated that she had the baby and buried it in the backyard. Brooke told Dr. Boyce that she didn't tell anyone about what happened and that she still didn't want her mother to know. Dr. Boyce told Brooke that she wanted to examine her to make sure that she didn't have any health complications or injuries from delivering the baby by herself. But Brooke refused the examination. 2 days later, on July 14th, 2017, Dr. Boyce called the Carlisle Police Department and informed them about what Brooke had disclosed. Carlisle turned the investigation over to the Warren County Sheriff's Office. On that same day, July 14th, 2017, Lieutenant John Fain with the Warren County Sheriff's Office and Officer Katie Gee from the Carlisle Police Department interviewed Brooke at the Carlisle Police Department. The interview was audio and video recorded. During that interview, Brooke stated that she had the baby in the middle of the night, didn't think that the baby was alive, and then buried her in the backyard without telling anyone. Due to the suspicious circumstances of the burial and the fact that she never told anyone that she was pregnant or had given birth or had buried the baby, Lieutenant Fain asked her if she ever researched ways of how to give herself a self-abortion. In response, Brooke admitted that she conducted internet searches on how to get rid of a baby. After the interview was conducted, members of the Warren County Crime Scene Unit, as well as the Warren County Coroner, Dr. Updegrove, were at Brooke's home excavating the skeletal remains of her infant daughter from the tree line along the back of their property.
Updegrove, isn't he the same ME from a trial we did recently? What was he from? I can't remember now. Wasn't can't remember now, but he was, I'm sure he was the ME in a trial that we did just recently.
The remains were collected and taken to the Montgomery County Coroner's Office for examination. As the skeletal remains were examined over the next several days,
it was just skeletal remains. There was absolutely no living tissue, unfortunately, Bri. Yeah. I know that there is another trial that I was going to cover later down the track that I watched that is very similar. I can't think of the name of it, but yeah. And there was enough tissue to work that out.
a forensic anthropologist observed that some of the bones appeared darker than others and suspected that they might have been burned. Subsequently, the Warren County Sheriff's Office conducted a second search of Brooke's home. During that second search, a few additional bones were recovered from the burial site.
Gage's
In
child.
addition to searching the property again, Lieutenant
Yeah.
Fain conducted another interview with Brooke Richardson, this time with the assistance of Detective Carter from the Warren County Sheriff's Office. During this interview, Brooke admitted the following: that her daughter was alive for approximately 5 minutes. She saw her daughter's arms moving a little, heard her gurgle, and heard her cry. She squeezed the baby too hard and thinks she may have killed her, and that she attempted to burn the baby after her death in an effort to cremate her.
Now, this confession is apparently, allegedly, really coerced in the interview, apparently.
After Brooke's secret was exposed, she sent a text message to her boyfriend Brandon stating, "I love you. I'm so sorry that I never told you. Please understand that I was scared and worried and so scared of losing you."
He wasn't the father either.
During the course of the investigation, the skeletal remains were sent to Dr. Krista Latham, a forensic anthropologist with the University of Indianapolis. And she will testify that the skeletal remains are consistent with a 37 to 40 week full-term baby. She also examined the bones. And when she examined the bones, she did not see any evidence of burning on the bones themselves. But she will also tell you that that doesn't mean that the child wasn't burned. Common sense will tell you that you can burn skin or tissue without it going all the way down to the bones. So this narrative, where they keep saying that the evidence proves conclusively that this child was never burned, is false. In addition to Dr. Latham, you will also hear from Dr. Susan Allen, who is a coroner with the Montgomery County Coroner's Office. Dr. Allen reviewed the skeletal remains.
Yes, but she later recanted it. She later recanted that statement.
The transcripts and interviews of Brooke Richardson and other information related to the case, and she concluded that the newborn baby's cause of death was homicidal violence of undetermined etiology, meaning that she cannot tell you exactly how.
I don't know how you can get that from skeletal remains. Now, another MA says the bones were never burned in the first one. Yes. Yes. I'm not sure, but I think 2019 was around the era when the read technique was very popular. And I do think we get to see some of the interview, the police interview as well. So we'll soon find out. We can make our own minds up.
How this child died, but she can tell you that it was the result of homicidal violence. And there was only one person in this world that ever knew that child existed: Brooke Richardson. As a result of the defendant's actions, Brooke has been charged with multiple offenses: aggravated murder, involuntary manslaughter, endangering children, tampering with evidence, and abuse of a corpse. Ladies and gentlemen, as I told you at the beginning of this opening statement, Brooke Richardson killed a baby that she didn't want and never intended to keep. She didn't plan for her pregnancy, and she didn't prepare for her daughter's birth. Her actions and her statements demonstrate that she had no intention of having this baby. Rather, the decision on the life of Brooke's daughter was made before that child was even born. She was never going to see the light of day, no matter what. And when the time came in the middle of the night and she could conceal her daughter no longer, she took her newborn's life, buried it in the backyard, and destroyed any evidence of the existence of her daughter. And just hours after putting her daughter in the ground, she documented her feelings about exactly what was going through her head at that time. I'm literally speechless with how happy I am.
Council approach, please. All right, Mr. Rickers, you may proceed.
What happens and what I want to do right now, out of the things that you heard into context, because everything in life needs context. I want to take you back to April 26th of 2017. Skylar goes to her first OBGYN appointment in her entire life. She had never been there, and she went to get birth control pills. And she had a choice. She could go wherever she wanted.
Sorry, that's a terrible feed. Let's see if I can get a bit of picture.
What happens and what I want to do right now, out of the things that you heard into context, because everything in life needs context. I want to take you back to April 26th of 2017. Skylar goes to her first OBGYN appointment in her entire life. She had never been there, and she went to get birth control pills. And she had a choice. She could go wherever she wanted. She chose to go to the doctor that delivered her, Dr. Andrew, whom you'll hear from. He delivered Skylar. He delivered her brother. I think you'll find his testimony very interesting and important in this case.
All right, Mr. Rickers, you may proceed.
Now, when Skylar went to Dr. Andrew on April 26th of 2017, she was full term. She was 37 to 39 weeks pregnant, early. But she did not know certainly that she was pregnant. How do we know that? She reacted like any 18-year-old girl who's told for the first time that she is certainly pregnant would.
He does.
And if she had this sinister motive to hide and conceal the fact that she was going to kill a child, she wouldn't have reacted like that. It can't be both ways. She reacted genuinely when she first found out that she was pregnant. And you will hear from Dr. Andrew probably today. And Dr. Andrew will tell you that the things that the prosecutor mentioned about suicide, he tells every woman in her third trimester. And that her response, he's been a doctor for decades. He's delivered thousands of babies. And he said that her response for a young teenage mother was normal for finding out the first time that you're pregnant. Not unexpected, especially given she was 37. Well, I'll get into that in a minute. At the time, no one knew how pregnant she was, including the doctor. Now, Skylar did have, as I mentioned, a suspicion that she was pregnant prior to April 26th of 2017. And the two things that typically tell most women that they're certainly pregnant were not uncommon for Skylar. And that was weight gain and a lack of a menstrual cycle. Skylar suffered from the age of 12 from a very serious eating disorder. She went to Children's Hospital to see a nutritionist when she was very young in junior high. She saw a psychologist named Terry Roll for about 2 years of her life. She was in and out of treatment because her mom and dad were so worried about her eating disorder. Which also, these text messages that the prosecutor takes grossly out of context about her body and her image of her body. She was like that for years, since really 8th grade. And her mother was very obsessive. And her mother now, I think, realizes that the way in which she talked to Skylar, cheering her on about losing weight, was like throwing gasoline on a fire, an eating disorder. Didn't deal with it well. And so those texts that we now see after May 7th, looking back on hindsight, were Skylar focusing on the only thing she thought she could control at the time, which is her body. And she did. She put a smile on for the outside world. And you'll hear from Dr. Andrew and probably Dr. Boyce, who the prosecutor is going to call. And they're going to talk to us about how people deal with stillbirths differently in their experience as doctors, as OBGYNs. These texts of Skylar's selfie text to her mother texts constantly about her weight were common in Skylar's life for 6 years. 6 years. Now, when Skylar went to this OBGYN appointment on April 26th, Dr. Andrew took 2 measurements of her stomach. And one, he used this tape. This is a measuring tape from Hilltop OBGYN. It's called a fundal height measurement that he took using a measuring tape. This is his standard practice. And you'll see it in the records. He also took another measurement, which was a transabdominal ultrasound. And both measurements, independent of the other, gave him the estimation that Skylar was only 32 weeks pregnant. Now, the fundal height measurement with the tape is much more accurate than the transabdominal ultrasound. And you'll hear that from Dr. Andrew. A fear for any obstetrician, any OBGYN, is if a woman is smaller, if the estimation is more than 2 weeks off on the small side. It's a very big indicator of a problem. It's called growth restriction, intrauterine growth restriction, to be exact. In this case, Skylar was 5 to 7 weeks too small. And we can tell by looking at her. I'm going to show you a picture of Skylar in a prom dress in February of 2017. Okay, bye. This is when she picks out her dress with her mother in February of 2017. Same dress, corset back, no elasticity. And you'll have these pictures. 3 months later, she gets through her 3rd trimester. 3 months later, on May 5th, when she goes to prom, her senior year, the same dress, no alterations are made. This is a side-by-side. The picture I first showed you was on the left in February. And the picture in May, and you'll have it in your hands to look back in the jury room, May 5th. Now, there are people that you're going to hear from.
There's no way that she looks 9 months or 8 months pregnant in that photo. No way. My sister, leading up to her cycle, gets that bloated. That's what she looks like. But there's no way she looks 9 months pregnant there. 8 months, sorry.
In this case, who saw Skylar every single day. No motivation to lie. English teacher, his name's Mr. Curry, saw her every school day.
He wasn't the
saw her May
father
5th,
either.
2 days before she delivers full term. He will tell us he had no idea she was pregnant. Her swim coach, her senior year.
He wasn't the
Her
father
boyfriend,
either.
who the prosecutors mentioned. They're in a sexual relationship. And you can tell from text messages, he had no idea she was pregnant. She was small. That goes to the growth restricted fetus.
No, this is a defense I don't get, because just because she has a small tummy doesn't mean that the fetus is growth restricted. It can also be the strength of her abdominal muscles keeping the uterus intact, and contained within the abdominal cavity. So her being a cheerleader, she'd have quite good core strength. So the greater the core strength, the more support you have around the uterus, the less you tend to pop out the front, which is probably why I looked like I had 3 basketballs out the front of me. But that, I don't believe, necessarily means that the fetus could be growth restricted, in my medical opinion.
And the weight fluctuations that I previously mentioned were up and down her whole life, 90 to 140 pounds. This is a side-by-side of Skylar, her sophomore winter and sophomore summer. Summer is on the left, and the winter is on the right. 6 months apart. Her weight would fluctuate 30 to 40 pounds her entire life. She would miss a year of a period at times. This is Skylar 6 months apart. Sophomore year in high school. And this is Skylar. It's something called the pigskin preview that they do in Carlisle. For senior year.
Preview.
This would be in about July or August of her senior year. Her weight went up and down constantly, and the people around her did not know that she was pregnant. Now, when Dr. Andrew takes this measurement with this measuring tape, he tells Skylar, and you're going to hear him say it. He's going to be in here, I think, today, and he's going to say, I told Skylar you can expect to deliver a baby within 10 weeks. That's what he'll tell us all. He said to Skylar, you can expect to deliver a baby within 10 weeks. 10 weeks is July 5th. So Skylar does think she has time. And you are going to see that her mother does not and would not probably have reacted to her pregnancy well. But she thinks she has time before she has to tell her mother and her boyfriend that she's pregnant. The doctor says within 10 weeks. So Skylar thinks she has 8 to 10 weeks.
Well, she wasted at least 4.
Now, what she does not know at the time, and what nobody knows, is that just 11 days later, not 10 weeks, 10 weeks, 11 days later, that she delivered. And she delivered a full-term baby. And that doesn't mean the baby was big. You can measure full-term by a femur length. It doesn't mean the baby had like good circumferences, and we'll hear a lot more about that from the doctors in this case, all the doctors. So Skylar goes to prom on May 5th with her boyfriend, Brandon, and she's having cramps. And Skylar thinks, I've heard pregnancy is difficult and painful, and she's naive, and she does not know that that might be pre-labor. She has no idea. The doctor told her within 10 weeks. And this is about 8 days later, a week later. The next day, they go to the Reds game. She goes to the Reds game with her mom and dad and with her boyfriend. They come home. Her mom and dad go to bed. Her boyfriend, Brandon, sits down. They hang out on the couch downstairs in the living room right outside their mom and dad's door. He has a curfew around 10:30. So Skylar and her boyfriend hang out. She's in pretty intense pain. She goes upstairs and she cannot sleep. And sometime around 2 or 3 in the morning, she has what she thinks is the most intense pain she's ever felt. She walks to the top of the stairs. She's going to go downstairs to get some Aleve to help with the pain. And she can't keep her legs under her. She walks 7 steps into the bathroom and sits down with the urge to urinate and delivers a baby. But the baby is white. The umbilical cord is not attached. The baby's not breathing, not moving, no sounds. Skylar grabs a towel. Skylar worked at a child watch center with children and babies. She grabs a towel off the towel rack and swaddles her child. She sits down on the bathroom floor, half naked and bleeding, with her back leaning up against her bathtub. You'll see pictures of her bathroom. The toilet would be right in front of her, the bathtub right behind her. So if this is the bathtub, she sits down, butt on the ground, holding her baby. Touches her baby. She cries. Skylar cries, not Annabelle. She names her daughter Annabelle. She stands up. She walks downstairs. She gets a tiny little spade shovel that you would.
So what happened to the rest of the umbilical cord and the placenta? That's got to come out. You have to deliver that. Otherwise, it's dangerous. You've got retained products.
Would dig up tulip bulbs with that her mom had in the garage. She walks outside. She walks out to a tree line that is visible from her bedroom window with all the strength she has left and digs a shallow grave. She places Annabelle inside, covers the grave with dirt, and drags a flower pot that weighs about 25 pounds over in front of the gravesite. Gets flowers, puts them on the grave, and goes back inside upstairs and collapses in bed. From her window, she can see this gravesite. So And she did bury Annabelle in a shallow grave. So the prosecutor's discussion about conceal and destroy, she buried her daughter and marked the grave and put flowers on top of it. She didn't throw her in a trash can. She didn't throw her in a dumpster.
What's the difference?
So why are we here? Well, as I think you know, this case comes down ultimately to the interrogations. And the fairest thing to do for all of us would be to play them in their entirety right now. So we don't all have to sit here and wonder whether or not the police put words in Skylar's mouth, whether or not the statements Skylar made were true or possible, so that you can all use your common sense and view it with your mind. I only have 45 minutes, and the interrogations actually lasted about 9 hours, but the clips are down to about 5.5. I can't play them all for you right now. The fairest thing to do for the prosecutor would be play them early in the case, so we don't wonder if these statements were Skylar's words or the police words. But what I'd like to do right now is show some clips from those interrogations. Do you mind? July 14th was the first interrogation in this case. And a detective in the case, Detective Fain, summarized what was stated in that interrogation in a clip that I'm going to play for you. And he says, "We talked how on May 7th, you were really certain it was May 7th is the day, right? That you delivered her and it was in the bathroom sometime, maybe sometime in the middle of the night, because your parents were home and asleep. You delivered her in the bathroom. She wasn't breathing or anything. Her eyes didn't open. There was no heartbeat, and you checked. You pushed. You didn't want to push too hard because she was a brand new baby, but you pushed just to check, and there was no heartbeat. You held her for a little bit there."
So this interrogation is 2.5 months after she gave birth. And it wasn't until she went to the obstetrician to get more birth control pills, which must have been 2 months later, that they were aware of it. So she kept that secret for 2 months. She didn't tell anybody. Nobody. How do you do that?
They're like on your lap. And then you wrapped her in a towel and you went downstairs with her into the garage. Maybe it's called, like, I'm just going to call it like your mom's garden shovel or something like that. And took her and put her in a shallow grave right out in the backyard. And you didn't put the towel in there, you just put her in there and covered her up. Okay, does that sound right? Like what we talked about on Friday? He summarizes the interrogation of Friday in this clip. I'd like you to play clip 50.
Okay. But, we talked about how May 7th, and you were really certain May 7th is the day, right, that you delivered her. And it was in the bathroom, sometime in the middle of the night because your parents were home and asleep. You delivered her in the bathroom. She wasn't breathing or anything. Her eyes didn't open. There was no heartbeat, and you checked. You pushed. You didn't want to push too hard because she was a brand new baby, but you pushed just to check, and there was no heartbeat. You held her for a little bit there, like on your lap, and then you wrapped her in a towel, and you went downstairs with her into the garage, got, maybe it's called like I'm just going to call it like your mom's garden shovel or something like that, and took her out and put her in that shallow grave right out in the back of the yard. And you didn't put the towel in there, you just put her in there and covered her up. Okay, does that sound right, like what we talked about Friday? Okay.
So the Friday he's referring to is the first interrogation on July 14th. And the Warren County Sheriff's Office does a press release after that interrogation. And they say, although the remains have not yet been identified, initial reports have led investigators to believe they are that of a stillborn baby. There are no charges filed, no arrests made. But what happens? Well, then comes this mistake by the prosecutor's doctor. Her name is Dr. Murray. And you're not going to hear from her. They're not going to call her to the stand. Dr. Murray rushes. She admits that she rushes. She says the bones are burned. The bones are charred. So the detectives have a job to do, and they're dead set on doing it. It changes everything about the case. Burning a bone of a baby. This doctor, many weeks later, said I was wrong. She told the prosecutor's office I was wrong. She said, I ain't gonna lie to them and I ain't gonna lie for them. She said, I don't know why I upset their apple cart so much when she admitted her mistake many weeks later, many weeks. But what happens? The police don't know that this doctor was wrong. They don't know that every doctor in this case will also come in here and say no evidence of burning. So they're dead set on getting not only a confession about burning, but now they're dead set on getting a confession about a live.
It doesn't make sense that she would do that because that would draw attention. Surely lighting a fire in the backyard at 3, 4 a.m. in the middle of the night would draw attention to your parents, and she wouldn't want to do that, obviously.
A baby. Go get a confession about burning. Go get a confession about a live baby. So they schedule a second interrogation of Skylar. 6 days later. Now at this point, the police have been to the house. They've dug up Annabelle's remains, left some of her remains actually in the grave after they went through it the first time. And her mom and dad and her entire family, they trust the police. They trusted the police. Skylar was taught to trust authority. The police knew best. And she goes back, taken by her mom and dad, no lawyer, nothing, into a 6x8 windowless room. And the police have to start making her vulnerable to their truth. They won't take Skylar's truth. And so I want to play a couple clips before I do that. Skylar describes, and you'll see all this, she describes a dead baby 29 times. And some of the things she's saying, she doesn't know the medical significance of. I don't even think the police do. Not breathing, white, umbilical cord not attached, no need to cut the umbilical cord. And it's glossed over. She denies fire. She's utterly confused by fire comment. And the police won't take the truth from her. They want her to tell them their story. So how do they do it? Well, they make her vulnerable. They make her more susceptible to accepting their words. They tell Skylar that Annabelle's remains will not be returned to her family unless she tells them more of their truth. Please play the clip. I'm going to read it first. It's 1:10, just so you're ready. Detective Fain, you're so close. We're still just waiting to hear. I guess all I can think about right now is Annabelle. You know, like I think about her remains just still being sifted through by doctors and doctors. And I think about how your dad, how he already contacted me asking, could he have her remains so you guys can do a burial? And I feel awful, but none of that can happen because the investigation just keeps going and going. And we don't have the truth yet. But it's 1:10.
You're so close. We're still just waiting to hear this. I guess all we can think about right now is Annabelle. You know, I can just think about her remains just still being sifted through by doctors and doctors. And I think about your dad already contacted me, asking could he have her remains so you guys can do a burial. And I feel awful, but none of that can happen because the investigation just keeps going and going because we don't have the truth yet.
And they don't stop there, and you're going to see all this with your own eyes and ears. But I'm going to play another clip. They tell Skylar that the doctors not only are searching, they're sifting and they're poking Annabelle. He says she deserves better, and Skylar's already said she deserved better, meaning Skylar said she deserved better, she needed a proper burial. He says she deserved better than being in a lab with doctors, you know, just searching and sifting and poking and everything. 1:15, please.
Better, like she deserves better than being in a lab with doctors, you know, just searching and sifting and poking and everything.
Now, the police at this time, when they're interrogating Skylar alone in this windowless room, they know that Skylar and her family have already contacted them and made the request to get Annabelle back. That Annabelle was taken out of their backyard in plastic buckets and that she and her family wanted to do a formal memorial and burial. They know this at the time. So they tell Skylar, and this is Detective Carter now. So we just need to know what happened, again, so we can put her to rest. We can give her that final, we know everything that happened. We know you know in what order it happened, and we can just put her at rest, give her a proper memorial. You guys can do all of this with her remains. Skylar, I didn't do it. Detective Carter, well, I would assume your family is going to want to plan something when they get her back, but we can't release her until we know everything. 105.
Happened. It's a dumb Mythbusters. So we just need to know what happened again so that we can put her at rest. We can give her that final. We know everything that happened. We know, in what order it happened, and we can just put her at rest. Give her a proper memorial. You guys can do all of those sorts of things. I get you. Well, I would assume your family is going to want to plan something when they get her back, but we can't release her till we know everything. So we have to kind of.
They tell Skylar that
That's
every
true.
time she gives them the truth, which is their truth, that they've repeatedly denied hers. They tell her that every time she gives them the truth, their truth, that she's getting closer to getting Annabelle back, to giving her a proper eternal resting place. In 114, we don't have to play it right now, Detective Fain says, see, everything you do, every time you tell us the truth, it continues to help her. Because like Brandy said, that's Detective Carter, it fills in the hole and just keeps making it smaller. And then we're going to get it all the way closed, and we're going to get her, back to your family where she belongs. So there can be a real, true burial where she's honored. 114, please.
But it helps Annabelle. See, everything you do, every time you tell us the truth, it continues to help her. Because like Brandy said, it fills in this hole and just keeps making it smaller. And then we're going to get it all the way closed, and we're going to get her, back to your family where she belongs. So there can be a real, true burial where she's honored.
And they act like they're there to help Skylar. And Skylar, frankly, thinks that they are. You can see Skylar holding Detective Carter's hands, one hand at first, two hands at times. Holding each other's hands. She's holding the detective. And they say that I'm going to show one thing. This is about the fire nonsense that apparently is not going to be admitted that's wrong. They say that it's a medical scientific certainty that there was burning. This is before they knew that this doctor was going to say I was wrong. And they tell Skylar that they believe her, that she would never hurt her child, but they're not their own bosses. That it would be a lot better if Skylar said she cremated her child, because some people might think she just threw her child in the middle of a fire. And they use that word cremate multiple times. So Detective Carter says, we know medically what happened, but there's a big difference. I think you would agree between someone throwing someone in a fire and someone having a reason and some sort of justification for why that happened. Does that make sense? Okay. 112, please.
We know medically what happened, but there's a big difference, I think you would agree, between someone throwing someone in a fire and someone having a reason and some sort of justification for why that happened. Does that make sense? Okay, that's what I know you keep.
And she's holding
Now,
her hand as well.
The word cremate is used repeatedly by the police. And they tell Skylar, essentially, I think you'll see this yourself, it's better to just agree with us, give us our truth, because you're not going to be accepted. Your truth won't be accepted. So guess what your words they get Skylar to say when they finally break her down, when they repeatedly refuse her denials? I touched the baby with a lighter and tried to cremate her a little bit. Now, what is not possible is a child catching on fire by touching it with a lighter. It is not possible. Babies are 80% water. And there is a conversation in the interrogations, and it is in the police report, that the flames went up to the chest before Skylar thought it was wrong and put them out. She's utterly confused by this whole conversation, but she's giving the police what they asked her to give them. She just went shoo, she said. And the police don't second guess it at all, that it's impossible to touch a child with a lighter and have the child catch on fire. But that's the conversation that they have in this interrogation. How'd you put out the fire after you touch a baby with a lighter? Skylar's confused, and you'll hear it. Now, at the time, the police don't know that all this evidence, that this doctor will change her mind, that this evidence that they were told doesn't actually exist. And they tell Skylar after she's, in fact, I'll show you a report from the state's own doctor. This is their doctor, Dr. Latham. She writes a letter to the prosecutors, Mr. Knippen. This is her report. She's an anthropologist out of Indiana. Thank you. And she says, you'll hear from her, Dr. Latham. It's the state's doctor. She says there are no signs of burning. Their own doctor. But it's too late. This letter is dated January 2018. Now, when they have her vulnerable, when they've made her malleable, when they've used all this stuff against her, sadness about her daughter and the remains, then they say, you got to tell us signs of life. We don't think you killed her if you tell us there were signs of life. We will continue to think you didn't kill her if you tell us there were signs of life.
What?
And they repeatedly deny that this was a stillbirth and gloss over all the things that would make us all know that it was. Detective Fain says, I think I can speak for both of us. I don't think you killed her, but I think you had signs that she was alive at least just a little bit. You know, but I don't think you killed her. But I believe that based on everything and talking to you, and I just believe that there were signs that she was alive at first. And then, but I don't think you tried to kill her. But I think there were signs that she was. And I want you to please, for her, just tell me what. Tell us what those were. How do you know at first, you know, that she was probably alive just a little bit? You play clip 119.
We don't think, I think I can speak for both of us, I don't think you killed her. But I think you had signs that she wasn't alive, at least just a little bit, you know, but I don't think you killed her. But I believe that based on everything and talking to you, and I just believe that there are signs that she was alive at first. And then I don't think you tried to kill her, but I think there were signs that she was, and I want you to please, for her, just tell us what those were. How did you know at first, you know, that she was probably alive just a little?
So one of the words the prosecutor mentioned, gurgle, is like the fire. Children are predominantly obligate nose breathers. Unless their nose is completely congested the first several months of life, they breathe through their nose, not their mouth. And it's a police word, gurgle. Yeah. And if a child is delivered into water, they will not attempt to take a breath until they're put into the air. Some women actually choose to deliver underwater. It's called a mammalian dive reflex. So what did the police tell Skylar over and over again? In fact, I think they say this 8 or 9 times in the interrogation, gurgle. They say it a couple times before they finally break Skylar down. Guess what she says? Maybe a little gurgle. That's what he said, and that's what you'll hear. It's their word, gurgle. Gurgle, you create gurgle like with mouthwash blowing out of your mouth with air exhumed from your mouth. It is highly unlikely that a baby would.
That mammalian dive reflex. I think I remember I took my children to swimming lessons from like 3 months of age. And I remember them saying to us, because we used to, you know, dunk them underwater and everything, but we used to have to blow on their face before we did that. And that would then cause them to take a deep breath and hold it. and then you could dunk them under and safely dive them under the water. But yeah, I think that might be part of what that mammalian dive reflex is as well. That just brought that memory back.
Would gurgle out of their mouth. A newborn infant.
This would have been triggering for him then.
Skylar was a young teenager who had no idea the medical significance. She had no idea what is so critical, and a lot of times the police didn't either, that the things that she said really did. She never used the word stillbirth ever in the interrogations. But what she did say is repeatedly, I never had to cut the cord. Never had to cut the cord.
Bizarre.
It's a lifeline for the baby. Most of us know that the cord, the umbilical cord, is attached to the placenta and it brings life to the fetus in the womb. And at one point, even the detective is surprised that Skylar wouldn't have had to cut the cord for her baby. And you will see Skylar, again, searching, feeling guilty about this stillbirth. She thinks that the fact that she didn't cut the cord hurt the child. You'll see that in the interrogation. When the detective is surprised by the fact that she didn't have to cut the cord, Skylar says, oh my gosh. She has no idea what she's describing to these police officers. What caused the baby? Not glossed over. Eyes closed, no heartbeat, not breathing. More than 29 times. But like the burning issue, they refuse to accept the truth. They want her to tell them their truth, even though their truth turned out later to be wrong. And in the interrogation, at one point, it was taken grossly out of context. Skylar's asked if she would have.
Yeah. And she would have had retained products. Talk about, infection postpartum. Like, she would have had to have delivered the rest of that umbilical cord and the placenta. There's no way. If the umbilical cord was torn, there would have been blood everywhere in that bathroom. And depending on how long that umbilical cord was broken, then definitely the baby wouldn't have survived. Because as I say, I think sounds like she was in labour for probably around 2 days. So who knows? Who knows what could have happened in those 2 days? But it's not making sense to me at the moment.
Ever thought about an abortion, looked into an abortion, and she says directly to the detective, I did a Google search once, how not to have or how to get rid of a baby, in the context of abortion or self-abortion. But what Skylar said after that is, I never did further research on it. I never went to a website. I never acted upon it. When the police ask for Skylar's phone, she freely gives it to them. They take her iPad, her computer. They take a Kindle. They take 20 electronics out of the Richardson household. They do a download. That search was not there. And what she told them was correct. There was no websites, no research, nothing about that statement that the prosecutor keeps bringing up and taken out of context. Now they suggest that what Skylar hid her pregnancy because she is evil, because she had this sinister premeditated plan to kill a child. But what you're going to hear from some of Skylar's teachers, a counselor who saw Skylar every school day, an English teacher who saw her every school day, girls who worked with Skylar at Child Watch, who haven't seen her for 2 years, never hung out with her outside of work, but saw her interact with children. Skylar was a gentle, loving, kind individual who had problems, would not hurt an insect, let alone being mean to a human being or a murderer. So this whole idea that nobody wants to know, Skylar wants nobody to know, she goes back to the same OBGYN on July 12th. And there's a bunch of allusion here that, I can't see Dr. Andrew. You will hear from Dr. Andrew and Dr. Boyce that the way an OBGYN practice works typically, especially for a pregnant person, because you don't know what doctor's going to be on call when you deliver, is you see different doctors see patients. She goes back to the same practice, and she knows she's going to be asked. She knows that they know she's pregnant. And on April 26th, she could have refused the pregnancy test, and she did not. She goes back on July 12th, and Dr. Boyce asks her, what happened to your child? And Skylar breaks down and sobs. And Dr. Boyce will tell you she described as stillborn. And Dr. Boyce put that in her notes. And Dr. Boyce said her reaction was genuine, sobbing, tears actually rolling down her cheeks. And people outside of the exam room, outside of those walls of that room, heard Skylar sobbing, telling Dr. Boyce what happened. Now, Dr. Boyce and Dr. Andrew and a lot of other doctors in this case will talk about some that is indicative of a placental issue, placental abruption. IUGR, intrauterine growth restriction, drastically increases the odds of stillbirth. And we can know that without being doctors, just looking at Skylar. There are people that look at those pictures of her on May 5th. There are people who knew her and saw her in person, didn't think she was pregnant. But the question should be, does she look 9 months pregnant? 9 months pregnant. That's the question. Some people think she looks pregnant on May 5th. Some people don't. Some people actually saw her in person. Most people didn't. 6 years of a serious eating disorder, anorexia and bulimia, highly indicative, chances are raised of stillbirth. And finally, as you've heard, no need to cut an umbilical cord. Skylar, you will see in the interview, she had no idea what that meant. She was surprised about all of this conversation. The detective actually has to explain what a placenta is to her. And the prosecutor has showed you bones, Annabelle's remains, which they dug up and put in plastic buckets. And they missed getting all of the remains when they were at Skylar's house the first time. And they go back and they find more in a shallow grave. They didn't even get all of Annabelle's remains. Why are we being shown all these photographs if the prosecutor's own doctor admits that there's no evidence, none, of trauma that would indicate that Skylar or anyone did anything to cause this child's death? Why?
About a minute to go.
Why? Showing us her remains spread out. Yeah, of course. She was buried in the ground in a marked grave, and they dug up her remains. Why are they parading these remains in here? Why? Their own doctor. Their own doctor says no signs of trauma, none. So what's the importance of those?
Yes. Yeah.
Thousands of text messages.
Absolutely.
Phones.
Terrible.
Tens of thousands of searches, text messages.
Stop it.
Wait. Skylar didn't tell anyone that she had the stillborn. She kept it to herself. She did. And she put a smile on for the outside world and acted as if she was happy. She did. This case is about a rush to judgment. And it's all about that second interrogation. It's the whole case. And if you can't, if we know.
Maybe a rush to judgment on the law enforcement side, but Skylar had 9 months to think about where this was going, and she didn't buy one thing, not one thing, to prepare for the baby.
The that the police were able to break her down and make her vulnerable, admit to
That's not
and admit
naive,
to
that's
something that
stupid.
is scientifically impossible, something that later is admitted to be wrong. They're going to base their entire case on the same interrogation. They didn't, when they found out this was all wrong, they didn't hit a reset button. They didn't say, we made a grave mistake, when the doctor said I was wrong. In fact, apparently they were upset. They disregarded any truth, anything that would in any way question their truth and story. And they said, well, Skylar said it. We'll just keep going. We'll just keep moving forward. And I trust that you'll keep an open mind throughout this entire case. And at the end of this case, you'll find Skylar not guilty of all counts. Thank you.
Mr. Kniffen, call your first witness, please.
State will call Trey Johnson.
This is the father.
Johnson called the individuals who was requested not to be photographed, so we would ask that he not be pursuant to the court's previous order.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
You may.
Sir, would you please state your name, spell your last name for the record?
My name is Trey Johnson, Johnsson.
Sir, how old are you?
21,
Where'd you go to high school?
West Carrollton High School.
And did you graduate from West Carrollton High School?
Yes, I did.
Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Brooke Richardson?
Yes, I am.
Sir, do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you please point her out, describe what she's wearing?
Right there in a green top.
Thank you.
And how do you know Brooke Richardson, sir?
I was in a relationship with her for about a month in 2016.
Okay. And was that during the month of August of 2016?
Yes, it was.
How did that get started, sir?
I had a cousin that went to high school with her who introduced us over social media, and we began.
So they were only 17 at the time. Maybe just on 18, perhaps, maybe.
and talking that way.
Okay. And do you remember approximately the time in August when you first started hanging out and seeing each other in person?
The first week of August.
Okay. What types of things would you guys do together?
First time we went to the movies, went to dinner, we go get ice cream, just that kind of thing.
Okay. Did you ever go to her home?
Yes, I did.
And would you hang out with her at the Richardson household?
Yes, I would.
Okay. And you stated this is sometime in that first week of August?
Near the end of the first week is when we started hanging out.
Okay. At some point, did the relationship turn sexual?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And did you have sex with Ms. Richardson?
Yes, I did.
How many times?
2.
During those times, sir, did you use protection when you had sex with her?
1 out of the 2 times.
Okay, so one time you did not use any protection?
Yes.
About.
Do you know around when in August that was?
Middle August.
Okay. And this is all in 2016?
Yes, sir.
At some point, did your relationship come to an end?
Yes, it did.
Sir, who decided to end it?
She did.
And do you know approximately when it ended?
I began school at Wright State on the 26th, I believe, and it was before I went back to school.
Good morning,
So
Solicitor
you began
Boyce.
school on the 26th of August?
I think so, right around that day.
Okay, and it was before that time period that
Before
she
I
ended it?
started back my freshman year, yeah.
Okay. Did she tell you why she wanted to end the relationship?
She said that she had too many things going on with her senior year of high school and that she would not have time.
Okay. Did you wish?
This is our first witness in this case. Skylar Richardson claims that she had a stillborn, pretty much full-term baby in the bathroom at her family home, but nobody knew she was pregnant. Nobody knew she had the baby. And it wasn't until a couple of months later when she went back to the obstetrician to get birth control pills that he questioned her about the pregnancy.
Wish to remain friends with her?
I mean, the
This
most
is
that you
the-
can be friends.
This is the father. So he didn't know. Nobody knew. And she buried the baby in the backyard.
And so somebody coming from that position.
Okay. And did you two continue being friends?
We did not.
What happened?
Nothing happened. We never spoke after that point.
Okay. Did you continue?
We were either I was blocked on everything or no form.
Tell you that you were in fact the father.
No, sir.
You haven't had any discussions with her about that whatsoever.
Not at all.
Sir, at some point during the investigation, after everything came to light, did detectives from the Warren County Sheriff's Office show up and request a buccal swab sample from you?
Yes, I did.
And did you provide that to the detectives, sir?
I did.
If I could have one moment, Your Honor.
I don't have anything further.
Mr. Witness, cross?
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Johnson? You were in college when you started dating Skylar. She was in high school, right?
About to begin, yeah.
You're older than her.
Yes, sir.
And you do remember talking to the sheriff's office, correct?
I do.
And they said that they responded to Imperial Road address. That would be you?
Yes, sir.
And at first you denied there's any possibility that you were the father, correct?
From what I believed, yes. From not hearing anything, that's what I had assumed, yeah.
And you stated that you did everything but had to have sex.
I do not recall that.
Do you recall telling Detective Carter and Lieutenant Fain, who did you speak with?
I am not sure about that.
Male or female?
One male, one female.
Okay. Do you remember telling them that you did stuff for about a week in late July or first week of August, and then the next week she suddenly blocked him on all social media, and he has not spoken to her since?
No.
They got that wrong. Detective Carter did.
I do not recall that part.
Okay.
Sounds a bit like Laura Owens. Tonsil twins.
No further questions, Judge.
Anything else for this witness?
There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. You can step down. Next witness?
State would call Ashley Sparkman.
Ms. Sparkman has also requested that she not be photographed. All right, Mr. Mullins, we're going to hold off on our witness for right now. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our morning break. We will plan on coming back here at about 10:20. Remember what I have previously told you. Do not start thinking about how this case is going to be decided, nor to begin forming opinions or begin discussing it amongst yourselves. If you're one of our note takers, just leave your notes on the chair and they will be there when you get back. Mr. Mullins, you can take the jury out. All right, we are on the record outside the presence of the jury. Ms. Schoppacher, what's our status?
So Judge Keith called and said that, I don't know what he's listening through, that he could hear conversations at both council tables.
Right, this is actually set up that it runs consecutively one after the other, and they've cut out all of the breaks and everything, so I don't need to L.
We don't know what he is listening, what form he is listening in.
Correct, I would have to contact him and see if it's jabs or,
Okay.
I don't know if there's another.
Reach out to our media folks. They tell me that they
This is the next.
think that they have identified the problem and that they have fixed it.
That's just the next video started now. Wicked. Got to make sure my settings are at the highest again for each one. And go.
Fix the problem. You ready for our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we have our witness ready, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Ms. Mullins, go get our jury.
Dave, it's the jury Yeah, see,
Ladies and
they're
gentlemen,
in.
welcome back. Was everybody able to follow my instructions and admonitions over the break?
No, all required.
Ms. Sparkman is one of our witnesses who has requested not to be videotaped or filmed.
State your full name for the record, spelling
I'm
your
not
last.
touching anything.
Ashley Nicole Sparkman, Sparkman.
And where are you employed, Ms. Sparkman?
Hilltop Obstetrics and Gynecology,
In what capacity?
4 years.
In what capacity, ma'am? What is your job with Hilltop?
Medical assistant.
Okay. And you've been doing that job for 4 years?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Sparkman, as a medical assistant, what are your duties and responsibilities?
Checking patients in, getting weight and vitals,
Got anything.
blood pressure, assisting doctors with exams.
Thank you.
The witnesses that don't want to appear on camera, they're not putting their faces in, they're just showing cleavage.
Ms. Sparkman, I'd like to direct your attention to April 26th of 2017 and ask if you were so employed and working in the office of Hilltop Obstetrics and Gynecology on that date.
Yes.
And were you involved in the medical treatment of an individual known as Brooke Skyler Richardson?
Yes.
Ms. Sparkman, do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Prior to April 26th of 2017, did you know Brooke Richardson?
No.
Notice how smooth this trial is going though, like how, I don't want to speak too fast, but like they've stipulated to a lot of stuff prior. The witnesses are organised. The exhibits are queued up, ready to go. There's no wasting time. It's how it should be done. Notice how they show witnesses' hands instead of the, yeah. I'm sure I hope I'm able to practice there. Love all across this. Good on you, Brian. What was the other one? Zachary's disease. Your face is Zachary, same as your ass.
How did she first come to your attention on that date?
She was on Dr. Andrews' schedule to be seen as a new patient.
Okay, and is he one of the doctors with Hilltop Obstetrics and Gynecology?
Yes.
When were you assigned to work with Dr. Andrew on that date?
Yes.
When you are assigned to work with a particular doctor, it's part of your responsibility to check the patients in?
Yes.
And is that what happened on that date?
Yes.
What was your understanding as to why Miss Richardson was coming to Hilltop Obstetrics on that date?
She was scheduled as a new patient for birth control.
Okay. And where in the office did you first meet with her?
The waiting room?
And when you went to, did you go to get her out of the waiting room?
Yes.
Was she alone or was she with somebody else?
I don't remember.
Okay. When you brought her back to the examination room, was she alone or was she with someone else?
She was alone.
And once you have her back in the examination room, what is your protocol?
To get the patient all checked in, to get her weight, blood pressure, to confirm what she's there for.
And did you do those things with Miss Richardson?
Yes.
Were you able to obtain her weight on that date?
Yes.
And do you recall what it was?
149 pounds.
And were you able to obtain her blood pressure on that date?
Yes.
Do you recall what that was?
No.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Ms. Sparkman, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1 for purposes of identification. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
And can you tell us what it is?
Her blood pressure.
Is that document a collection of Ms. Richardson's records from Hilltop Obstetrics?
Yes.
What's the designation? The exhibit?
State's Exhibit number 1. Within that collection of documentations, is there an entry for the date that you checked her into Hilltop Obstetrics on April 26th of 2017?
Yes.
And did you document in that record both her weight and her blood pressure on that date?
Yes.
And I believe you already said that her weight was 149 pounds?
Correct.
And what was her blood pressure?
112/80.
From the examination or the part of the examination that you did when you were checking her in, were there any noted health concerns?
She was nervous. She may have had goosebumps on her arms.
She was nervous and she had goosebumps on her arms. Did she relay to you when you were checking her in any concerns about her own physical health?
No.
And did you note any concerns about her physical health based on your check-in procedures?
No.
Okay. But you noticed that she was nervous and that she had goosebumps on her arms?
Yes.
Can you describe that a little bit more for me?
She appeared to be nervous, more.
Would it be fair to say at your office you see not a lot of, but a good number of teenage parents?
Yes.
Some first-time teenage parents?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to check them in before?
Yes.
Did you feel that her reaction was different than your average teenager?
Yes.
And how so? How did she seem different to you, Ms. Sparkman?
Just because she seemed so nervous.
Okay. Did you try to gather, you said that you were able to get her weight and her blood pressure. She did not relay any physical health issues to you. Did you ask her about her menstrual cycle at all?
Yes.
Was she able to give you any information about her menstrual cycle?
Yes.
What was she able to tell you?
She told me that she had had a period a couple weeks before her visit,
Okay.
that her periods were normal.
Did she indicate to you that she would go more than a year without a period?
No.
Did she give you any indication that she had any concerns about her menstrual cycle?
No.
Based on the information that you obtained from her and your observations about her demeanor, which I think you said were a little bit more than the typical first-time teenage patient, what, if anything, did you do with that information?
I told Dr. Andrew after I was finished checking her in that she seemed very nervous.
Do you recall specifically what you told him?
No.
Okay, but you recall it having to do with her state, her presentation
Yes.
of being nervous? What happened next after you alerted him?
He went in to see her, to talk with her.
Did you go back in with him or did he go alone?
He went by himself.
And do you recall approximately how long he was in there?
10 or 15 minutes.
Okay. When Dr. Andrew came out, did he give you any additional orders?
We were going to do a urine pregnancy test.
And did you in fact obtain the urine pregnancy test from Miss Richardson?
Yes.
How did you do so?
Really?
She gave us a urine sample and I ran a test and it showed positive.
Okay. Once you got the test result, and I believe you just indicated it was positive, what did you do with that information?
I told Dr. Andrew.
She would have had her HCG levels would still be elevated from post-pregnancy.
Not tell Miss Richardson?
No.
Okay, so that information goes directly to Dr. Andrew?
Yes.
What happened next, if you know?
Yeah.
After
Just on that, I found out the other day that you know how the defense attorneys, one was a civil personal injury attorney and the other one was something else, but regardless, they actually worked pro bono on that case. They didn't charge at all. Just a little fun fact right there.
I told him that it was positive, he went back in to talk with her and then he took her to the ultrasound room.
And do you know what his reason was for taking her to the ultrasound room?
Because her pregnancy test was positive.
This will
Did
be
he
the
have any
first.
discussions with you about why he wanted to take her in there?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm mistaken. This must be the first visit to the OBGYN when she found out she was pregnant, for sure.
Did you go in at the time that the ultrasound was being performed?
No.
After the ultrasound was performed, did you have any other conversations with Dr. Andrew?
After he was finished with the ultrasound,
Yes.
he told me that she may be 32 weeks pregnant.
Okay.
From his abdominal scan.
From the abdominal scan? After the ultrasound was performed, did you have any further contact with Miss Richardson?
I went back into the room to check on her to make sure she was okay. She was crying, so I offered her a cup of water. She said no.
She said no. Did she make any statements to you, or did you inquire about why she was crying?
No.
After offering her the water, did you have any further contact with her on that date?
No.
Ms. Sparkman, I'd like to direct your attention to July 12th of 2017 and ask if on that date you again had an opportunity to be involved in the medical treatment of Ms. Richardson.
Yes.
And were you assigned to work with a different doctor on that date?
Yes.
And who was that?
Dr. Boyce.
How did it first come to your attention that Ms. Richardson was back on the appointment schedule?
I reviewed my schedule the morning of and saw her name on the schedule for a follow-up.
And did it indicate what it was a follow-up for?
Birth control.
Did that surprise you in any way?
Yes.
And why is that?
When she was seen originally with
Celestial Force, they represented Carly Gregg, who was the teenager that we just covered the trial of, who unalived her mother with a pew-pew. So it was a murder case, and it was a personal injury attorney, and I can't remember what it was. It was a civil place anyway. Yeah, and they both and she was found guilty.
with Dr. Andrew, he prescribed birth control before we did the pregnancy test. And then he discontinued it when we were in the office that day. So when I saw her on the schedule with Dr. Boyce 2 or 3 months later, I didn't understand why she was following up on birth control.
Were you involved with trying to make any contact with her to come back into the office after the April 26th appointment?
No.
Were you aware that she had not returned to the office after the April 26th appointment?
Yes.
Did you alert anyone to the fact that she was back on the appointment schedule?
Dr. Boyce.
And what happened at that time?
After she got to the office.
When you alerted Dr. Boyce, what information did you share with her?
Yes, that's
I told her that she had a positive test.
no. That's you're thinking about Laurie Shaver. No, that's another one. Carly Gregg was I think she was 14. And yeah, she came home from school and you saw the CCTV footage of her collecting her mother's pew-pew and then unaliving her with 3 shots to the head, and then texted her stepfather asking with her mother's phone, asking when he was going to be home, and then tried to unalive him too, but only got him in the shoulder. And they all, like the family, all supported her. We're all on the defence team. So, but the defence attorneys were working pro bono in her case. But yes, it was weird, that attorney in the Laurie Shaver. Donate to my client for her legal. Yeah. No worries, bro. Yeah. they're all getting mashed up and mushed up in your brain. I know what it feels like. I don't know how many, like once I've finished a trial, I just it goes out of my brain and I'm focused on the next one. So when someone says to me, oh, do you remember this? And I'm like, no. Yes. But they're both of those trials are on my channel in the playlist if you want to watch them. They're both cray.
2 or 3 months prior to that she had not returned and that she was back on the schedule for a follow-up on birth control.
And was that conversation limited to you and Dr. Boyce, or was anyone else involved?
Just Dr. Boyce and I.
Did you follow the same procedure for checking her in as you did in the last appointment?
Yes.
And when you went to get her from the waiting room, was there anyone else present with her that day?
I don't remember.
When you brought her back to the examination room, was there anyone present with her?
No.
Did you start obtaining her vitals again?
Yes.
And do you recall on July 12th of 2017 what her weight was?
130 pounds.
And what her blood pressure was?
118/62.
And that would be approximately a 19-pound change in her weight at that time?
Yes.
On that date, did she appear pregnant to you?
No.
How would you describe her demeanor?
I'm pretty sure she didn't give birth to a 19-pound baby.
On the July 12th appointment?
I don't remember.
Do you recall if she seemed nervous again?
Not as nervous as the original appointment.
Okay. Did you attempt to engage her in any conversation while you were checking her in?
No.
Did you ask her why she was there or confirm that it was for birth control?
Yes, I asked her what she was following up on and she said birth control.
At that time, did you question her about the fact that she was no longer pregnant?
No.
Did she volunteer any information to you about not being pregnant any longer?
No.
After checking her in, what did you do next?
I told Dr. Boyce that she was following up on birth control.
Did you alert her to the fact that she was no longer pregnant?
No.
Do you recall making any statements to her about her no longer having a belly or anything like that?
I don't remember.
When Dr. Boyce went into the examination room, did she go with you or did she go in by herself?
By herself.
And were you able to hear anything while she was in the examination room?
As I was checking in the patient in the next room, I heard sobbing.
Did you have any further contact with the defendant on that date?
No.
Did you have any further discussions with Dr. Boyce regarding Ms. Richardson's state of being pregnant and then no longer pregnant?
Yes.
And what was that conversation?
Objection here, say your honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, normally I don't allow folks to testify about what other people talk about, but I'm going to allow this for a very limited purpose, and that limited purpose is explaining why these individuals were doing what they are doing. So you can consider it for that purpose and for no other. Go ahead, describe.
Can you please tell us what the nature of that conversation was?
Dr. Boyce, Dr. Andrew, and 2 other employees were in an exam room, and Dr. Boyce told us that she buried the baby.
That she buried the baby?
Yes.
Did you have any other contact with the defendant after that July 12th examination?
No.
To your knowledge, has she ever come back to the office for any further care?
No.
Your Honor, may I have a moment? Nothing further.
Mr. Vickers, you may inquire. You may.
Oh,
So back in July of 2017, you've been there for 2 years.
Yes.
When you asked Skylar for the urine pregnancy test, she voluntarily took it.
Dr. Andrew is the one who asked her for the urine sample, showed her where the restroom was.
The yarn sample.
And then he went to the back to the break room to get a cup of water. And as he was back there, I ran the test.
Okay, and Skylar voluntarily gave the urine sample.
Yes.
And Skylar thought she was having periods. She said she was bleeding, right?
That's what she said.
And at that appointment on April 26th, a script for birth control was given, correct?
Yes.
And it went to the pharmacy.
Yes.
And later, your office tried to cancel the script, right?
After I told Dr. Andrew that the pregnancy test was positive, he discontinued.
Okay. When you, on July 12th, when Skylar came back, after you left her in the room with Dr. Boyce, you could hear Skylar sobbing through the walls of the exam room?
After Dr. Boyce was in there, yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Further for this witness? All right, thank you, ma'am. You can step down. Next witness?
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
May be seated.
May I proceed, Your Honor? Thank you. Doctor, would you please state your name, spell your last name for the record?
William Andrew, Andrew.
Sir, what's your business address?
Hilltop Obstetrics and Gynecology, 200 Medical Center Drive, Middletown, Ohio, 45005.
What is your occupation there, sir?
I'm an obstetrician gynecologist,
How long have you been employed in that capacity?
23 years.
And could you talk to the jury just a little bit about your education and training that qualifies you for that position?
I have a BA from Williams College. I have an MD from the University of Cincinnati, and I did a residency, an internship in family medicine for a year at the University of Cincinnati, and then I had 4 years of residency and graduated from a residency program at Bethesda Hospital in Cincinnati. The residency program was in obstetrics and gynecology.
Did you hold any licenses or licensures?
I'm licensed to practice medicine in the state of Ohio.
Doctor, I want to direct your attention to April 26, 2017. Did you have occasion to provide medical treatment to Brooke Skylar Richardson on that date?
I did.
Do you see Ms. Richardson in the courtroom, doctor?
We will stipulate her identity throughout the trial.
Thank you.
Let me ask you this question. Did you know Ms. Richardson prior to that date?
I delivered her 18 years prior.
Okay. So you have been the family's OBGYN for at least 18 years then?
I did provide care for her mother, and I believe that I delivered her brother as well.
Okay. On that date, April 26, 2017, do you recall what was her listed reason for the appointment? Why was she making an appointment that day?
My medical assistant, Ashley, said that she was there to start birth control.
Okay. And if you could explain, how did Ms. Richardson come to your attention on that day there at the office?
She was placed in a room as other patients would have been, and her chief complaint and vital signs, I think, were taken by the medical assistant working with me, Ashley. And then Ashley came out and told me what she was there for, and then I looked at the medical record as Ashley had recorded it.
Did Ashley provide you with any other information, sir?
She said that the patient looked nervous and that she seemed to be breathing hard.
After speaking with Ashley, did you go into the exam room and make contact with the defendant?
I did.
Could you explain to the jurors exactly what happened when you went in?
I sat down and asked Skylar, the patient, how I could help her.
What did she indicate to you, sir?
She said that she wanted to start birth control pill.
Okay. Was there further discussion?
We had a general discussion about the nature of birth control, why it was a good thing to use it for reasons other than birth control. We had a discussion about whether or not she was prepared to have a gynecologic examination. I took some general history about her and some sexual history as well.
Okay. Did you also talk to her about her menstrual cycle?
The funny thing is that my children go to the same doctor that delivered them. He was an obstetrician when I had them, and gave that up, and now he's a GP, and yeah, they still see him. So yeah, he birthed them, and now he's looking after them.
Ashley had recorded a date for a last menstrual period, and I asked her about a last menstrual period, and I was not confused, but the two things didn't entirely match up. I think she told me what I had recorded in the medical record was that she had had a menstrual period the month prior, and so that's what I recorded, and what Ashley had recorded was earlier that month.
Okay. So you believe she may have told you the month prior to her visit, and she may have told Ashley earlier that month that she had a menstrual cycle.
Jenny starts laughing before she even puts the comment up on screen. Sorry.
Correct.
Okay.
My last couple had a lot of trouble over the years with her.
Was there any concerns when she was talking to you about her menstrual cycle?
Well, the patient had declined to have a gynecologic examination that day. And so based on that and and the idea that we were going to be starting birth control pills, and the idea that there was some uncertainty about the last menstrual period, I deemed it necessary to get a pregnancy test.
Okay. And I'm sorry, could you try to keep your voice up just
I
a little bit?
apologize.
That's okay. You said that she declined a gynecological exam?
Correct.
What did she tell you why?
The way I usually couch that is, are you prepared to undergo a gynecologic examination today? And just kind of get a feel for how someone responds to that. When particularly a young woman, a teenager, presents, and they may or have different expectations of what's going to go on in the exam that day. They may or may not know that a gynecologic examination is recommended or preferred or required as part of their complaint.
What does it entail? You need to explain that to her.
Springing a gynecologic examination on a teenager is fraught with some difficulty.
And generally in Australia, they always have to have a female nurse or another female doctor in the room if they're going to conduct any gynecological examinations.
It could damage the patient-doctor relationship if I were to sort of compel someone to do that. And so it would not be my practice to force that upon any young woman.
So based on that declination of the gynecological exam and the different statements she made about her menstrual cycle, what did you do?
Gynecological exam.
I asked her to provide us with a urine specimen so that we could do a pregnancy test.
Did you tell her that that was the reason that you were asking for the urine specimen?
I recall that she went down the hallway to get a urine, to give us a urine specimen. I don't recall whether I specifically said that we needed a urine pregnancy test to her, or that certainly, I don't recall that. Okay. The scenario was there.
You think that'd be pretty standard practice.
And did she in fact provide a urine sample?
Yes.
And what were the results of that, sir?
It was positive.
Meaning that she was pregnant at the time?
Correct.
What did you do with that information, if anything?
Well, I returned to the room where the patient had returned and explained that there was a positive pregnancy test, and then proceeded with a sort of a general physical examination rather than the more in-depth gynecologic examination. And I measured her belly, what's called a fundal height. So measured from the pubic symphysis to the top of the fundus, or at least I believe that I did, because I recorded a very specific number for that in the medical record of 32 centimeters.
Well, and so let's take those a couple of things at a time. You first went back and informed her that she was pregnant?
Correct.
What was her reaction upon you telling her that she was pregnant?
She broke into tears. She was surprised.
Okay. Was she crying?
She did.
What statements was she making, if any?
She said that she was not prepared to deliver a baby. She could not have a baby.
Okay. How many times do you think she said that she couldn't have a baby?
I remember it at least once.
Okay. And did she say anything about whether she could tell anyone about being pregnant?
She did say that, That's sort of was a conversation that occurred a little bit later.
Okay, then we'll wait to get there.
Yes.
So you tell her she's pregnant, she bursts into tears and says that she can't have the baby. Is that accurate?
Yeah, an exclamation, I can't have a baby. Yes.
I'm sorry, what?
An exclamation, I can't have a baby.
Okay.
Doctor, if you lean into the red microphone a little bit, that will amplify. I know it's a little confusing, but that's the one that will amplify. Thank you.
And then I believe you indicated that after that, you told her that she was pregnant. She's in tears. And I'm sorry, you said she was crying or she wasn't crying?
She cried at the time.
Okay. And then you performed an abdominal examination?
Correct.
Explain to the jury what that means.
So I examined her abdomen, would have had her lay down on the examination table and feel the abdomen, palpating the abdomen, and then I measured the fundal height.
And explain to the jury, what does it mean when you say you measured the fundal height?
So if the uterus is big enough, it is above the pelvic brim. That means you can feel the growing uterus in the abdomen. And I measured from the pubic symphysis to what I taught was the top of the uterus, and then recorded that number.
Okay.
Unless he documented that in his medical records and he's there to testify to that, then he might be able to get around it that way. But yes, her saying that is hearsay. Like him repeating what she said.
And do you recall specifically for this appointment how you conducted that measurement?
I recorded a very specific number, so I think that I measured as I would have measured other fundal heights with a measuring tape.
And I understand that you're saying that you recorded a specific measurement, but do you specifically recall using the tape?
I have no independent memory of that. I will say that it's such a common thing that I do that maybe I wouldn't have an independent memory of it.
I have excited utterances all the time, except it contains swear words.
And Doctor, do you remember being interviewed by Detective Fain and Detective Carter with the Warren County Sheriff's Office?
I do.
And that was back July 24th of 2017, is that correct?
Correct.
And that obviously was much closer in time to this incident than here now, where we're in September of 2019. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you remember speaking to them, is that right?
I do.
And you provided them with information about the visit, is that correct?
Yeah, I do.
If you were specifically asked that question about how you took the measurement during that recorded interview, which we have, would that refresh your memory about whether you used a tape measure or whether you used your hand?
It's been a tape measure.
I reviewed that. I know what I said at that time, but
okay, what did you say at that time?
I think that I didn't know how I had measured that at the time, but that I was uncertain that maybe I had measured with just my hands.
Okay, so back in 2017, soon after this appointment, you had indicated that you thought you used your hands, not the tape measure.
That's probable, yes.
Okay.
At that time, I didn't look. I had not reviewed the medical record, which indicated that I had recorded a very specific number.
I understand that, but that was obviously much closer in time to the actual visit that you had with her just a couple of months later. Is that right?
It was.
Okay. And what did the fundal height measurement reveal at that time?
I recorded it in the medical record as 32 centimeters.
And what does that mean when you say it was 32 centimeters?
So roughly speaking, the fundal height in centimeters is equal to the gestational age in weeks.
What if at 32 weeks the head had engaged and that fundal height had gone down? Because apparently, according to them, she gave birth 11 days later to a full-term, what did they say, 37 to 40 week term baby. Someone's blowing smoke somewhere.
And is there, with respect to fundal height, when you're doing that type
Yes.
of measurement, is there a
Fundal height, basically, the fundal height is, the fundus is the uterus, the top of the uterus. So he's basically measuring from the pubic symphysis, so the bit where the fur stops, so to speak, to the top of your uterus. You can actually feel it when you're pregnant. You can feel right around the top of it, and you measure the distance from there.
plus or minus a couple of weeks, one way or the other?
So there would be concern about the growth of the fetus if the fundal height was more than 4 centimeters above what you would expect based on a known gestational age, or more than 2 centimeters below.
HAWT is new vocabulary for me.
Okay. But I'm sorry, I meant, is there an error rate? When you say 32 weeks, could it actually be a couple weeks after 32 weeks when you do that? Or is it when you do 32 centimeters, is it precisely that?
Well, I think that my measurement of the fundal height is relative, is that I can reasonably expect that my measurement of fundal heights is good. That there are a variety of different factors that would change that measure of the fundal height. For example, the body habitus of the patient might change it. If someone is very large, they would have more abdominal fat, which would add to the fundal height potentially. So if you're doing a fundal height on someone who's very large, you might get a fundal height that's a little bit more than what you would expect based on the number of gestation, the number of weeks that the patient is.
And so, and maybe I'm not asking the question very well. Can it be plus or minus 3 or 4 weeks in terms of a fundal height measurement?
So yes, the fundal height, well, maybe it makes more sense to the fundal height, if you've got an established gestational age, right, based on someone getting prenatal care from the very beginning of the pregnancy. If you knew that someone was supposed to be 32 weeks gestation and you got a fundal height that measured 32 weeks gestation, that would be reassuring. If it was 34, 35 weeks gestation, you'd be suspicious that that baby was on the large side. If it was 28 weeks or 28 centimeters, then you would be concerned that maybe that baby's not growing adequately. In the situation that I was faced with, 32 centimeters from someone who hasn't, to my knowledge, has kind of an unknown gestational age, didn't mean anything was right or wrong. It just meant that the patient was probably about 32 centimeters. I'm sorry, was probably about, based on a measurement of 32 centimeters, was probably about 32 weeks gestation. Could that patient be more or less than that? Yes.
So basically he's saying because she didn't know the date of her last known menstrual cycle and the date that she fell pregnant, they couldn't work out how far along in weeks her gestational, like her pregnancy was. So they were going by pure measurements.
And they could be more or less 3 to 4 weeks. Is that what you've indicated before?
Yes.
Okay. Having obtained this additional information about the fundal height, what did you do next, doctor?
So I escorted Skylar to the ultrasound room, which is sort of around the corner, where we did a very brief ultrasound.
Why did you do the ultrasound, sir?
To confirm that she was, in fact, pregnant with an intrauterine pregnancy, and that it was not some other pathology. So it's reasonably possible that someone could have a very large ovarian cyst, which could make it feel like someone was 32 weeks pregnant, but not actually be 32 weeks pregnant.
With a positive pregnancy test?
Did you also think that it would do good for Skylar to see the ultrasound?
in a situation where someone is having difficulty accepting the idea of a pregnancy, it could be helpful for the patient to see that there is in fact a fetus with a heartbeat.
And fair to say, in this case, you thought it would be helpful for her to see that fetus with a heartbeat. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Plus, you can check the gestational age.
And you said this was just a very brief ultrasound. Is that right?
That's correct.
It's not for the purpose of taking measurements or anything like that, where you're trying to ascertain specific measurements
Why not?
of any bone lengths. You were just doing this to make sure that there actually was a fetus in there and to show Skylar that. Is that fair?
Well, I did at least one measurement.
Okay.
Because that's what I've recorded in the medical record.
Okay. And what did that measurement indicate?
It was consistent with what I wrote in the medical record was subjectively 32 weeks gestation.
Okay. And again, is that an exact measurement?
So this obstetrician has done the fundal height at 32 centimeters, taken her in for an ultrasound, and he knows that this woman doesn't want the pregnancy, B, doesn't know her gestational age, C, has just found out apparently that she's pregnant, and he takes one measurement? One. I would think he would want far more information than that to do a full assessment out of duty of care.
It was not I did not perform multiple measurements of different body parts. And so it could not be considered definitive.
That's something that you would typically do at an ultrasound if you were trying to make an estimate about how far along in gestation. You wouldn't just take one measurement. You would take multiple measurements so that you could make a decision. Is that right?
That's what he should have done.
Okay. And in this case, you just took the one because, again, it wasn't really your purpose to do the full measurement and figure out how far along the baby was.
Well, I certainly wanted to confirm that I was within the ballpark, but it was my intent to get a more formal ultrasound soon.
And the purpose of that more formal ultrasound would be what, doctor?
A more formal ultrasound would assess all the anatomy of the fetus, or at least I should say all the anatomy. Certain anatomic features, confirming that they look normal. It would be an assessment at that gestational age, an assessment of the fluid around the fetus, an assessment of the position of the placenta, and the position of the fetus itself.
Now, had he done a proper, thorough ultrasound then and there, perhaps he could have detected something with the fetus and being more definitive as to whether or not it was likely that she was going to have a stillborn or not. Perhaps, maybe. He knows she hasn't had any prenatal care.
Okay. And you would have done more measurements in that more formal ultrasound?
That's true.
Okay. With respect to the ultrasound that you did perform, were you able to obtain a heart rate?
Yes.
And what was the baby's heart rate?
I believe I recorded it in the medical record as 140.
40? And tell the jurors what that means. I don't know that everyone understands. Is 140 good? Is it bad? Is it?
It's what I would have expected.
For a normal, healthy baby, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
I will add that heart rate is one of the last things that would change in the event that something was wrong.
Okay. Did you see anything in that ultrasound that you performed, and I know it was brief, that caused you any concern about the health of the fetus?
I did not. I will add to that one, it was not considered a formal and extensive ultrasound, and that not knowing what the gestational age was, it would have been difficult to make an assessment of whether or not, for example, something like fetal growth was normal. If you don't have
even more the reason why you should have done a full ultrasound. Yes, they could have had a normal heart rate, but he could have picked up any abnormalities within the heart as well, you know, like this just cries incompetence to me.
another date on which to base the pregnancy, at 32 weeks, you can't say, well, is that normal, or is that excessive, or is that too little?
Okay. And so you wanted her to come back in to do that more formal ultrasound where you would look at things in more detail?
Yes.
But based on what you saw, no concerns about amniotic fluid levels?
I did not do anything to assess the amniotic fluid levels. But
okay. Were you able to make a determination about the position of the baby?
I did record in the medical record that the fetus was presenting head first.
Okay. In cephalic presentation?
Correct.
Okay. Did you take a measurement of the femur when you did the ultrasound?
I believe that was the one measurement that I performed.
Okay. Are you sure about that?
I did not record that in the medical record, so I just believe that. Yes, I think so.
Okay. But it's not recorded?
I did not
Why
record
didn't you record it?
Measurement I took.
It's not just me, is it, Bri? Like, it's not just me. If someone turned up at 32 weeks pregnant and didn't know that they were pregnant and said to them, oh, I can't have a baby, surely you would do a more thorough examination than that. Surely. The only thing that I can think of is that his next patient was waiting and he wanted to rush her out. That's bullshit. Absolutely not. Sorry.
And you're not claiming, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're not claiming that the measurements that you took with your hand or with that one measurement of the ultrasound are definitive. Is that fair to say?
That's true.
Okay.
You did a crap assessment.
When you showed Ms. Richardson the ultrasound and you showed her that there was a baby inside of her and that there was a heart rate, fetal heartbeat, what was her reaction?
I believe she was still upset.
Right.
Okay. What was she
He
saying?
was milking it.
I don't know that she said anything at that time.
Okay. When you showed her, and maybe this is the wrong time, but when you showed her the ultrasound, did you tell her that she would need to tell someone?
Yes.
And what was her response?
No, I don't believe there was a response.
Okay. Do you recall, did she make a statement about going to college?
I think that occurred after I told her that she was pregnant. And she said, I can't have a baby, I'm going to college.
Okay.
In September.
As you dealt with her, did she become, in your opinion, more adamant that she couldn't tell anyone about what had happened?
I don't know if she became more adamant or I just assumed that that she had said that originally and that I needed to counsel her about the importance of telling someone.
Okay. And again, when you tried to counsel her about the importance of that, what was her reaction?
At this point in the ultrasound room, I'm not sure that she indicated a reaction one way or the other.
Was she still crying?
I think that she was still very upset, but I'm not sure that was audible or that was my sense from her body language.
Okay. After you're with her in the ultrasound room, what happens next?
So I sit down with her in the ultrasound room and start to explain that I understand that she doesn't think she's that she.
Do we know what's beeping? Wait, 1 second, doctor. Do we know what's beeping?
I think my watch, I'm sorry.
Okay,
No,
that's all right.
doctor's got to go. His next patient's here. His beeper's gone off.
If you could start again, I'm sorry, the ultrasound room, I believe.
So I sat down with her in the ultrasound room after the ultrasound. She's now sitting on the bed that we did the ultrasound on, and I'm sitting in a chair. And I felt obligated to explain that she was in fact going to have a baby in the next, I think I recorded or I said the next 10 weeks or so, which would have made sense. 32 weeks. We don't let anybody go more than 42 weeks gestation. I explained that she didn't, that while she was going to have a baby, she didn't necessarily have to raise a baby.
Why did you tell her that, doctor?
Well, I think that it's important that people understand, particularly a teenager might think very linearly and not know that there are options.
When she went back, because they rotate their OBGYNs, she saw a different doctor. So he was the one that examined her for the first one. But when she went back to get her birth control pills, she went back to the same clinic but saw a different OB, Dr. Bryce, who is, sorry, Dr. Boyce, who is on the stand. After the next witness.
Okay. And so you told her that she wouldn't have to necessarily raise the baby?
That's correct.
And when you say she wouldn't have to raise the baby, I think you said it, but what did you mean?
Well, that people would line up to raise that baby.
Absolutely.
Okay. What was her reaction when you told her that there were other options, that she could give the child up for adoption?
I didn't specifically mention adoption, but I did say that I thought people would line up to raise the baby.
Is that what you meant? And I understand you didn't say, is that what you meant, though, would be to give it up for adoption?
Well, that's not been my experience. So I don't know that I would have said that. My experience is that most teenagers in a situation like this, oftentimes their mother ends up raising the baby. They have a relative who raises the baby. So adoption, as we kind of may think of it in standard fashion, isn't what ends up happening. But
and I'm sorry, what was her, when you talked to her about people would line up to raise this baby, what was her reaction to that?
I'm not sure that there was any audible reaction or.
Do you recall, did she agree with you? Did she say that's an option? Did she say, I can't do that? Do you remember?
I don't recall that there was any audible response. It's likely that at that point.
It's what? I'm sorry.
It's likely that at that point she was not hearing or was hearing but not internalizing what I was saying.
Why do you say that?
That would have been not an atypical response.
I think we went through this with I can't remember the trial objection. I think it can be upwards of like into the 30,000, I think, from memory. Can you remember, Bri? And yes, speculation. Is that where you were going with that objection? Yeah, I think it's actually really expensive. Yeah. Yeah. And I wouldn't know how much they would charge for an ultrasound over there, if she had the insurance for it as well. We're very lucky over here. We can, touch wood, doesn't cost us anything, and then the government pays us for weeks afterwards they pay us what's called a family tax benefit. So initially, when I had children, they paid, I think, they gave you, I think, $1,500 towards the setup costs involved with having a baby, like buying all the necessities. They then give you a weekly, like, parental income, so to speak, to stay home to help support with that baby. And then they give you additional money every time you get that child vaccinated to ensure that they get vaccinated. And then once they're finished their childhood vaccinations, you get another payment on top of that. But those weekly payments still continue as well. Good morning, Anthony P. Yes, another Ohio trial. So this was still on day one. It is about I think she was 17 at the time, 17-year-old cheerleader, unwanted pregnancy, but didn't really know it until she found out at 32 weeks. She wasn't really showing as pregnancy goes. She didn't look pregnant. She told not a soul, not even the father. I had one visit to the obstetrician to confirm the pregnancy, which is who's on the stand now. So she ended up going into labour and having the baby overnight at just about full term, and claims that it was a stillborn, but still didn't tell anybody, and then decided that she was going to go and bury that baby out in the backyard. And it wasn't until 2 months later that she went back to get birth control pills that they questioned her about what had happened. That's where we're at. It's a 5-year-old trial. Like this was done in 2019. So we've gone to the archives for this one. Yes.
A scared teenager confronted with news that they didn't expect.
Okay. What other conversations did you have with her there in the ultrasound room?
We talked about depression. Or well, I can say we didn't talk about it. I warned her that if she felt like hurting herself or hurting a baby in any.
How much do you charge, Brian? I think I think, wasn't it in Massachusetts was one of the dearest places to have a baby at 38,000? I think that was what was said, but yeah, it doesn't sound like it's cheap over there. I don't know why you're all having kids.
Anyway, that she should contact me.
Why did you tell her that?
Well, she'd received some surprise news, and in general, I counsel every woman at some point in the pregnancy about the importance of understanding that I am a resource for if they have.
They have, if their insurance doesn't cover the NICU, then what they have to pay out of pocket for that, like, that's all included over here. Like, that's taken. There are public hospitals dedicated. In fact, the public hospitals are probably better equipped than the private hospitals over here. We don't have to pay for generally the ultrasounds or anything. Okay. Bloody hell. So if there is a child that's in the NICU for, say, a week, what's the average sort of cost for a week to look after? I mean, I know you've got 24-hour staffing issues, but any idea? And this is on top of the birth.
Postpartum depression, antepartum depression, anxiety or issues, I'm an appropriate person to bring those issues to.
That's not something you would typically do at a first visit, though, is it?
Wow.
It's true that I wouldn't do that at a first visit in a typical situation.
Well, that'd just cover the salaries. Do you have 2 shifts? Or 3? And then you go. Yeah. I'm glad I'm in Australia. Whereabouts in the UK are you, Laura? My family's in the UK, or half my family. Originally from Liverpool, Scouser, but they all moved up to the Lake District, so they're all in Ambleside, Windermere. Beds, meds, equipment, consultants are additional. Yeah, absolutely. Wow. And your insurance is probably really, really high too. Like, what would that be a month? Dare I ask? Just for the basics without the extras. We pay a lot for specialist treatment over here. So even if you have private health insurance, a lot of the specialists aren't covered. That's where they make their money. I needed snake anyway. Wow, what snake was it? Did you? So it comes with your employers. All right, that helps. What if you were like on Social Security, for instance? Newbury, West Berkshire, down south. Okay, so West Berkshire. Lewisham was southeast, I think, not southwest. It was a coral snake. I don't like to discuss the details. I wouldn't swap now. It's getting cold over there. It's getting hot over here. UK's lovely. Yeah, Scotland is beautiful as well. I've never heard of it. Never heard of it. If you want to come to warmer weather, Australia's the place to come now.
This was not a typical situation. Yes,
right?
sir.
And part of that was based on her reaction and the statement she was telling you. Is that fair?
Well, that's true. It's also true that she it was a surprise to her that she was pregnant and that she was this far along. Then it was a surprise to me that she was certainly a surprise to me that she was that far along.
And I know you keep using the term that she was surprised. You don't know if there's other information that would suggest that she thought she might have been pregnant when
like I said, you have to look after my 4 cats.
she scheduled that appointment. You don't have any of that information. Is that fair to say?
I do not, but that would not surprise me either. The vast majority of people who have come to me, and as you can imagine, in 23 years, I've seen situations like this several times. And in the vast majority of the situations, people come with a chief complaint that is somewhat different than I suspect I might be pregnant.
Did you give her, well, let me ask you this. When you were having that discussion with her about people lining up and they would raise this baby, did she ever ask you about abortion or a way to terminate the baby?
She did not.
So at no point when you're having those discussions with her, does she ever ask?
In South Florida, we have tons of species of Australian plants that are taking over Australian fauna. Umbrella tree. Is that the one that sucks up all the water? So it's more drought proficient? Okay. Yep. If I have a 34-foot RV that's fully decked out, fully equipped. It has bathroom, toilet, shower, kitchen, double bed, full-size fridge, microwave, air conditioning, you name it. And it is sitting in my driveway because I'd planned to go around Australia with it, just to tour. And I have I've torn 3 ligaments from my left shoulder and 2 in my right. So I cannot drive manual anymore. So it's just sitting here, doing nothing. So if you come over, you can drive that round. Ah, yes, they're the like the boab trees, aren't they? The big base where they store all the water in the base. So Australian, I believe. It seats 3. And it is, as I said, it's fully decked out with everything you can think. In fact, I got better utensils and all sorts of stuff in there than I have inside. It's fantastic. It's got the big old HZ diesel engine that will go forever and ever and ever. And I can't change the fucking gears on it.
Ask you about
it's got full what do you call it? Solar power, as well as runs on electric, and I've got a massive generator to run it to go bush as well. I work with a girl who has one like that, and she, yes, yep. I've actually got someone renting it in the driveway at the moment because they have nowhere to stay. But yeah, it's ideal. It's a Toyota coaster bus. It's awesome.
The option of abortion.
She does not.
Okay. Does she ever ask you for any other options?
I don't recall her verbalizing any response to the several different subjects to the topics that I brought up.
Okay. Did you talk to her? Was there any discussion? Because obviously you knew that she was there for birth control pills. Is that right?
Correct.
That one's beautiful.
Is it my understanding, I believe Ms. Sparkman testified that you had worked ahead and prepared a prescription for birth control.
Actually, the whole East Coast is beautiful.
Correct.
When you're having any discussion with her after she knows she's pregnant, does that discussion about birth control pills ever come up?
Yes.
And what was the conversation, doctor?
That we were beyond the point of using birth control pills, that she was obviously pregnant.
Okay. And so you said that to her, and she heard you.
She heard me. Did she internalize that? Did she internalize any of the things that I was saying at that point? I don't know.
Okay. But it certainly wasn't your intent for her to get a birth control prescription.
That's true.
Okay. Let's clear one thing up just so everyone understands. The fact that there may be evidence to suggest that she was taking birth control pills from the time that she left that appointment until the time that she had the baby, would that affect the baby at all if she was taking birth control pills during that time period?
I've actually been thinking about doing the over Christmas, going right back and covering the Lindy Chamberlain, Azaria Chamberlain case, with the dingo. So, yes, that might be interesting. I don't know how much trial coverage I'll be able to get, but there's a lot of media stuff out there still. It's not the best quality, but it's out there.
I think that's unlikely.
Okay. That's not something you would expect to have a negative impact on the baby, the fact that she was taking those pills.
Well, I could come up with a theory or a mechanism by which such a thing could have happened. It would not typically be.
Okay.
But the pills weren't dispensed, were they? Because if they dispensed those pills and she took the birth control pills, that's like taking the what is it, the day after pill, because you take 4 birth control pills. I'm sure they said they discontinued the script. Why are they even discussing that? Unless they dispensed it.
Any other discussions with her that you recall that happened there in the ultrasound room between you and her?
I don't think so.
Did you give her any medical advice or talk to her about making additional appointments?
Yes.
Talk to the jury about that. What happened?
I explained that we wanted to see her back. We needed to start prenatal care, and that I wanted to see her back within the next week.
Okay. And in fact, you told her you wanted an ultrasound, a full ultrasound that next day. Is that right?
That's likely. Yeah, I think I did.
And what was the urgency, if any, of getting her in within a week? Was there something going on that was actually important to get her in within a week?
Well, in advanced stages of pregnancy, obviously the dating of an ultrasound gets worse as the pregnancy gets farther along. So the sooner the ultrasound is, a formal ultrasound is done, the sooner we'll have good dating criteria. That was one issue. The ultrasound itself, it would have been important just to, again, date pregnancy and make sure.
Well, you should have done it then.
Starting prenatal care, there was an additional issue there with insurance, is that if I had the first new obstetrical visit before a week or a week and a half or something like that, there was I think her insurance company was United Healthcare. United Healthcare and the hospital that we primarily delivered at, Atrium Medical Center, which is the closest to her home, were not in network as of a week and a half from then. So anyone that we had started prenatal care on by the end of the month, I think was eligible to deliver at Atrium Medical Center, the closest hospital to her home. And if not, then it became more nebulous.
Start up a travel blog. There's not much along the Stewart Highway, unfortunately, except for roadkill and lots of red dirt from Malborn. No, I would love to be able to drive it, but yeah, it's the best part of living in Australia. We used to go camping a lot, but this is glamping. My holiday now is Thailand and room service. Crikey, yes, I've actually got videotape. Went and saw him at the crocodile zoo in Queensland, and I have actual video footage of him when my children were bubbas. Steve Irwin.
About where we would deliver her, so it made some sense for convenience sake for both her and for our practice that initiate perinatal care start as soon as possible. But regardless of all that, I would have wanted to have started prenatal care as soon as possible anyway.
But it wasn't because of anything that you saw during that ultrasound that led you to believe that the baby was in distress. Is that fair?
That's true.
Okay. Because is it fair to say, doctor, had you seen something that you believe that baby was in trouble or that baby was in distress, you would have taken immediate actions that day?
Yes.
Really? Bob. What about Bindi?
Do you know, after you told her that you wanted her to set up that ultrasound right away and get started with prenatal care, do you know whether she ever scheduled her follow-up appointment?
I know that she did not.
And as a result of her not scheduling that, was there anything that you requested your staff to do?
Yes. So I spoke to the RN, Allison Campbell, who runs sort of the back, the clinical operations, or at the time was running the clinical operations of our practice, and asked that she follow up with her to make sure that those appointments got scheduled.
And are you aware whether Allison made those efforts to follow up with her?
Yes.
And did she make those efforts?
I believe that she did.
Was she successful?
I believe that she was not.
Okay. And as a result of that, as a result of Allison being unable to get her to come back in, did you yourself take any efforts to get Brooke back in?
I also called her phone number.
Tyree Nichols trial in Memphis, Tennessee. Ooh. I was just looking on Court TV, and there's the Michael and Karen Murray. Yeah, I'm spewing the trial that was starting today. Got postponed. It was the Madison and Marshall trial with the Oakley. But yeah, I can't see anything else that's really interesting that's coming up. I thought there's no point starting something current and new unless, because we've got Sarah Boone next week. If that gets there, there's a possibility, I reckon, that if this new defence attorney has enough exculpatory evidence coming in from discovery, especially because she's calling the ex-husband now, that the judge may grant another continuance. May. We'll see. She's got to have another hearing this week. Yes, quite controversial. You do really showed there. Ooh. Oh, I watched that intensely at the start for like first 2 months. And then when they started arguing over rubbish and having all these hearings and destroyed the house, I sort of, yeah. But that is just, that's nasty. That's nasty. And I do believe that he did it. Just, that's my opinion, but yes, I agree. I think he's fully responsible for that one. Those 4, actually.
What was the reason that you called her phone number?
To make sure that we had done everything we could to get her the appointment that she needed for prenatal care.
Did it concern you that she wasn't scheduling her follow-up appointments?
It would have concerned me if anyone had, whether they'd had prenatal care or not, hadn't scheduled a follow-up appointment.
Did you personally ever?
Especially the way they explained how the 2 girls upstairs together, what they would have gone through, that would have been absolutely horrendous. Because, is it Kaylee that was trapped in there? She couldn't get out. The bed was against the wall. But what I don't understand is the girls downstairs, how they didn't hear anything, and didn't do anything for such a long time. That's We'll soon find out. But that's February. Is that starting February? Because haven't they got a new judge now on that? On that trial? They've got a new judge and I think a new venue, I believe. I don't have my finger on the pulse, obviously. One girl is sketchy. I thought so, right? Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Which girl, Teresa? The one in Missouri. What channel is that on, Kelly? Coburger. What? It's been postponed to September next year. Sorry, he's a victim. Oh. Yes. Was it Dylan? Dylan and there was two of them. One of them opened the door and saw the black figure and the other one was downstairs. But I remember now. Okay. Freaking hell. That's ridiculous. So that'll be what? Nearly 4 years. At least 3.
Or see her again for medical treatment?
I did not.
I want to direct your attention to July 12th, 2016. I'm sorry, 17. Was it brought to your attention that the defendant had an appointment scheduled at your office on that day?
Yes.
And how was that brought to your attention, sir?
Dr. Boyce came to me and said that Skylar had had an appointment with her that day.
Okay. And upon hearing that news, what was your reaction?
Well, surprised that she was, she hadn't been in to see us for several weeks, and I think by that time she would have been expected to deliver. And we said, well, we'll find out.
I don't blame them. They can't get any closure. They can't get any closure. And it's all just tied up with red tape, which is what shits me. And I was having this discussion the other day, and I think I would really like to have a bit of a Q&A session about it. But like how the pretrial hearings and motions, how much they actually determine the likelihood of success or failure of a case. Because in my opinion, all of the rules and stipulations are pretty much made there, what can and can't come in, and therefore guide the process of the trial. So heavily, in my opinion, heavily influence its outcome. So that's one for the diary.
And did you talk to Dr. Boyce about the appointment that you had with her back on April 26th?
Hello.
Yes.
Okay. And so Dr. Boyce knew that she was pregnant going into that appointment?
Yes.
Okay.
That's everywhere.
Were you involved in that at all when Dr. Boyce went in and talked to the defendant?
I was not.
Okay. Did you have any discussions with Dr. Boyce after the fact about the appointment?
Yes.
Good.
And at some point, based on those discussions with Dr. Boyce, was the decision ultimately made to call law enforcement?
Yes.
If I can have one moment, Your Honor.
Oh, you need to get on with it. Come on. Next witness.
You reviewed that audio and video of your interview with the detectives, is that correct?
Audio. Was there a video component?
I'm sorry?
Was there a video component? I did not review a video component.
I'm sorry, no, it was just audio, you're right. Okay. You did review that?
I read a transcript of it, yes.
Okay. And so I want to ask you again, how many times, to the best of your recollection, do you think that she indicated to you that she couldn't have a baby?
Objection, ask and answer.
Yes.
At least once.
Was it more than once?
I don't recall.
Okay. And with respect to not being able to tell anyone that she was pregnant, how many times do you think she made that statement that she couldn't tell anyone?
At least once.
And could it have been more than once?
It could have been.
Could it have been 5 times?
I don't think so. That would have made an impression on me.
Do you recall, in addition to saying that she couldn't tell anyone, was she specifically concerned about whether she could tell her mother?
Did she? Well, sitting here today, I can't recall.
Sounds like that judge is needed on the Coburger case. For sure.
Whether or not she specifically said, I cannot tell my mother, or I.
What was typical?
Not outside.
Can't tell her mum. Didn't have any prenatal care.
For fetus, you would have called the authorities. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Technically speaking,
someone to be nervous about AMS.
She
come to the doctor, may not expect to have an examination there, and they may wish them to have the examination. First examination, show them how the examination.
Charting medical charts are important in your practice. Is that correct?
That's true.
And when you had spoken with the police, you had not reviewed your medical charts in this case. Is that correct?
That's true.
But you've later gone back and you have reviewed them, correct?
That's true.
And you're aware that in your charts that on April 26th of 2017, you took 2 measurements indicating that Skylar was 32 weeks pregnant. Is that?
Lord.
And then around 20 weeks gestation, it really should track approximately 1 centimeter of fundal height per week of gestation.
How many babies do you think you've delivered in your 23-year career?
6,000 to 7,000.
Wow.
And you described you did deliver Skylar and her brother Jackson.
That's true.
How many women do you think have been under your care in your time as an obstetrician?
25,000.
Okay. Do you have a standard practice when you measure fundal heights? How would you measure them with this tape, which has been identified as State's Defense Exhibit RR? Is this how you would measure it? May I approach your honor?
Amen.
Is this what you would use to measure a woman's fundal height?
I'll put them out.
Yes.
Right and center.
And that's your standard practice, correct?
Correct.
You don't mark something in your chart precisely 32 centimeters fundal height unless you actually got a 32 centimeter fundal height. Is that right?
That would be my practice, yes.
And what we're referring to in the records, let me display this, and let me know if you cannot see it on your screen, doctor. I highlighted a few things here. This is your record. Abdomen, can you read that?
Yes.
And that's an abdominal examination, fundal height, 32 centimeters. That's what we're referring to with that measurement. Is that right?
Correct.
And the things above that, the physical examination about eyes and chest and cardiovascular, that's Skylar, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And also in your record, page 26, there's a note, NOB and sono in 1 week. Is that right?
Correct.
What's that mean?
New OB is, NOB stands shorthand for new obstetrical patient, or new OB, new obstetrics.
And what does and sono in 1 week mean?
Sonogram in 1 week.
And sono in ultrasound.
Okay.
Hey, Miss Mandy, welcome. Welcome.
The
How are you,
32
girl?
centimeter fundal height that you gathered when you measured Skylar, that corresponds, if I understand you correctly, every centimeter should be weeks gestation of the fetus. Is that right?
Correct.
And if we now know
Check it out, Pete.
that at the time you saw Skylar on April 26th, she
And
was
it's a
actually
log.
37 to 39 weeks pregnant, what would that mean to you as an obstetrician?
Well, that would have meant that she was much smaller than expected. And that would have meant that since it's more than 2 centimeters smaller, that would have required explanation.
And if she had been only 3 centimeters smaller, so if you had measured 34 and she was really 37, or she measured 35 and she's really 39, what would that tell you? What would be the
Mandy, the link's in the top of the chat if you'd like to jump on. Just saying.
concern?
Well, the concern in general is that
Don't know
potentially
who
the
gave you
fetus
that
wasn't
idea.
growing adequately.
And is there a term for that in your profession?
Intrauterine growth restriction.
And what is intrauterine growth restriction?
Well, for a variety of different reasons, if the fetus isn't getting enough nutrition, enough oxygenation, if there's compromise of the placenta, if the fetus has a genetic abnormality, it may not grow appropriately and or may stop growing in the uterus.
Higher risk of a stillborn?
Intrauterine growth restriction is associated with a higher risk of stillborn.
And when there is intrauterine growth restriction, it impacts the umbilical cord fluid. Is that correct?
So intrauterine growth restriction is an indication of potentially one problem that may cause it is a failure of the placenta to adequately exchange nutrients and oxygen. Another indicator that there may not be adequate flow through the placenta could be a lack of fluid around the baby. That's one of the earlier indicators of a problem with the pregnancy in general. So there's a term when there's low fluid around the fetus. It's called oligohydramnios, which really just is oligo, meaning low, and hydramnios, meaning fluid.
And a heartbeat, having a normal heart rate, does not mean that the baby's not growth restricted. Is that right?
That's correct. As I said earlier, one of the last things to change would be, if there was something wrong with the pregnancy, one of the last things to change would be the heart rate. So one of the earlier things to change might be the fluid around the fetus. And the problem with looking at growth is that it takes a long time to look at fetal growth. You can't look with ultrasound one day and then look again with an ultrasound the next day and say there's been any significant growth. So in the hands of experts, they might be able to say there's been appreciable growth if you had 2 different, say, ultrasounds with complete measurements in maybe 2 weeks. You might look at ultrasounds in the hands of an expert as little as every week if you were just looking at the fluid around the fetus to see if that was adequate.
And the purpose of your ultrasound, the transabdominal ultrasound that you did on April 26th, was not to do a full assessment of the amniotic fluid. Is that right?
No.
I'm sorry. Meaning that is correct. You did not look at the amniotic fluid.
That's correct.
Can you tell us what, if the cord breaks during delivery or just before delivery, the umbilical cord, what is that a sign of? What does that tell you as an obstetrician?
Well, if the cord is very short, it may mean that the fetus didn't have enough distance between the placenta and whatever out of the vagina is, and so that there may have been too much tension that could break.
I have something popping in my ears. Who might that be?
Hey, mind if I join you for a few minutes?
Hello, welcome, of course. You're always welcome. How are we?
I'm great. Thanks for having me.
How did you survive over there with the hurricane?
I just got my power back yesterday. I didn't have power for 3 days.
Whereabouts are you located again?
I'm in Charlotte, North Carolina.
So much damage up there. I heard there was heaps.
Yeah, it was bad. It was really bad. It was awful.
That's awful.
Yeah, it was
your house
really,
is
really
okay?
bad. There were literally signs flashing on the highway that said, "Do not travel in Western North Carolina." I have a friend in Asheville, and she got it really, really bad. It was just awful around here. Our McDonald's was completely leveled. The Bojangles almost leveled. The house right beside me, a tree went through it. It was bad.
I think one of our Udahef is, yes, this is Mandy. Sorry. This
Hi,
is Mandy
Miss
Wells.
Mandy. How are y'all?
Udahef, was it your sister that's in Asheville?
She's in Sanford, in the Raleigh area.
Who?
My sister.
Oh, no. I think we've got Udahef in chat, whose sister is.
Sorry.
From, no, that's all right. I think he said, yes, there you go. See, I've got a good memory.
In Asheville? Oh, yeah, they got it really bad.
She's on holidays and house sitters are there. And, yeah. And he's in Florida.
They can't travel around right now. They can't even drive around their local streets right now. Is she okay?
Have they sent you any pictures, Udahef, of the damage of the house? Like, does your sister know what state it's in? Because that's going to be awful to come home to.
Yeah, that's got to be nerve-wracking.
Not nice. At least there was someone there, especially if they've got pets.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I'm so sorry.
Luckily, Udahef didn't. He's down in Florida. Because I thought once the hurricane hits the land, I thought it was supposed to slow down, but it didn't, did it?
Well, we only got category 1 here, but it still did a lot of damage because we're not built for things like that. She was the sitters are without food, water, or electricity. Oh, no.
Wow.
To be visited. Oh.
They can't get in or out anywhere.
I'm so sorry. I'll have them in my prayers.
That's awful, isn't it? You don't think of anything like that. You think, I don't even know what I think because we don't have hurricanes and all that sort of stuff over here. But, and I didn't even think about, all the rivers flooding inland.
Yeah. You seen the movie Dirty Dancing?
Mm-hmm.
Well, where it was filmed is just an hour down the road, and that lake completely flooded that town.
Wow.
Completely flooded. Lake Lure is destroyed. Completely destroyed.
So have they set up anywhere for these people to go? Like,
no, because we're not really built for things like that. The Red Cross has got tents and stuff set up. I know they do around here for people that lost their homes, but they allow you to stay for 2 nights and then you have to move on.
Oh,
yeah.
So there's no, like, the military don't get involved and do.
They have it around here now. They may up where Udahef's sister is because it's more serious over there. Yeah, we didn't see this coming because we're not built for this kind of stuff here. And
Oh,
it
so it's not
spawned a lot of
something common in your area? Because I didn't think it was, being more inland, yeah? Is that right?
I'm more in the mountains. This is a mountainous area here. It's the city, but it's still mountainous area.
Yeah, I was watching when I did Verdict Watch on Friday. We went on and had a look at some of the storm chasers. They're crazy, crazy people. Oh,
That's
and
not for me.
The stuff that they were showing was just diabolical. It was it's horrible, horrible.
Well, I just wanted to pop on and say, hey, I saw you're live and just.
Thank you. What time is it over there?
It is almost noon here.
It's noon. It's nearly 2 a.m. here.
Oh, goodness gracious, girl.
Yes,
well,
my body clock is US now.
On with Aussie Insider to talk about Karen Reed.
Oh, yes, please.
Yeah, she's going to be on Friday, so I want to have you on. Mm-hmm.
What time? What is the standard time?
7 p.m. my time, so that's going to be really late for you, isn't it?
What is it?
7 p.m. my time, 7 p.m. Eastern. That'll be what, midnight?
No, I'm 14 hours ahead of you, so it's 2 a.m. here, so it would be 8 a.m.
8 a.m. Oh, so that's not bad.
Yeah.
Okay, so
8 a.m. Friday.
And let me know if you want to do that.
Yeah, sweet. I'll put it in the diary.
All right,
I'll set my alarm though. Otherwise, start my stream late on Friday and just go through.
Oh goodness.
Done it before.
All right, bye, dear.
All right. Thank you for coming on.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, that was nice. Aussie Insider's good. She does a lot of like technical analysis, especially in the Karen Reed case. She's amazing, but she sounds more Kiwi. She sounds more New Zealand. She's got more of a New Zealand accent, in my opinion, compared to me, I think. All right, let's finish off this witness because yes, it's 2 a.m. and we're at the 4-hour mark.
But
not that this witness is particularly riveting. He's giving me the shits, actually.
The umbilical cord is typically coiled.
He's not committal. He's grey. He's not one way or the other. He should have done this and he didn't. And I think he's trying to cover his ass.
Imagine a short, flat, skinny cord is like a piece of wire, and a coiled cord that is thick and robust is like a slinky. And that slinky has structural integrity to it. And so if the cord is thin and skinny, it doesn't have any elasticity to it, so it's more prone to breaking.
And the thin and skinny cord is an unhealthy cord.
It could be associated with a pregnancy that has not developed normally.
Is bleeding in the third trimester a risk of stillborn, risk of pregnancy?
Yes.
You're going to get lots of bleeding if you're
In your charts, it's listed last menses last month. What does that mean?
So
last period.
When I spoke to Skylar about when the last time she had a menstrual period was, she indicated that it had been, if the month that we have in question is April, I assume that to mean March.
And we know it wasn't a menstrual cycle, right?
Yes, we do know that.
And sometimes women can bleed during pregnancy, correct?
For concerning reasons and for not concerning reasons, but yes.
And it's more concerning if there's blood in the third trimester than the first, right?
Yes.
When you ask Skylar to give a urine sample for the pregnancy test, she volunteered and gave you the sample, correct?
Yes,
And after you told her that she was pregnant, she permitted you to do the transabdominal ultrasound, correct?
correct.
Does malnutrition or women with eating disorders, does that increase the odds of a stillborn in your practice and experience?
Yes,
You've had the experience of delivering stillbirths in your practice,
that's true.
and you've had experience with miscarriages.
Yes.
How does your practice, how do the doctors in your practice and the nurses handle a stillborn delivery right after the delivery?
We would generally get the baby, wrap the baby in a blanket as we would with a live-born baby, cut the cord, and then we've usually had a discussion with that mother before the delivery as to whether or not they would like to hold the stillborn baby. And if they're amenable to that, we usually present the wrapped baby to the mother.
When you saw Skylar on April 26th, I believe you testified that you told her she would deliver within 10 weeks. Is that right?
That's true.
And when you called Skylar, there was no voicemail set up.
That's true.
So you were unable to leave her a voicemail.
Correct.
And you told her that she should follow up with your office within 1 week.
Correct.
For the sono, which is an ultrasound.
Yes.
And that's reflected in your chart on page 26, NOB and sono in 1 week.
Correct.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Maybe I'll think about it. I suppose that was one moment.
Mr. Ricker showed you that tape that you indicated that you would typically use in measuring fundal height. Is that right?
Yes.
But again, you recall in this case, the detective specifically asked you whether you used a tape measure, and you indicated that you just used your hand. Do you recall hearing that?
Yes, but he hadn't.
That's in the transcript from.
Yes.
I do recall reading that at this point, yes.
Okay. So again, you were specifically asked, did you use a tape measure? And at that time, just months after the incident, not years, you indicated you just used your hand.
Well, I would have used my hands whether I was using the tape or not using the tape. My hand has to be used in order to establish where the fundus is.
Mm-hmm.
But so I guess using my hands, I don't know what my context was at the time. It could very well be I wasn't using ultrasound. I wasn't using any other method. But
So
yes.
do you think when she asked you about the tape, whether you used a tape measure and you said that you just used your hand, do you think that when you said
Objection, improper characterization of the prior interview, Your Honor.
Overruled. Go ahead and continue.
So you think that maybe when you said, I just used my hand, you meant that you just used your hand to hold the tape measure?
I don't have any independent recollection of what I used at the time of the measurement. What
are they getting at?
What do know now is that, well, one, I know that I recorded a very specific number in the chart. So it would make sense that I was measuring with a measuring device.
And we also know that back then you said hand.
Yes, we haven't reviewed his
With
record.
respect to the 32 centimeter measurement, again, that can be plus or minus 3 or 4 weeks. You agreed with me before, is that right?
Yes.
So that meant that at the time that she saw you on April 26th of 2017, she could have been 35 to 36 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And you were asked a lot of questions about IUGR. You saw Brooke one time on April 26th, is that right?
You can't give any opinion.
You did a very quick fundal height measure.
Can't give any opinion on intrauterine growth retardation because he's got no prior measurements to go off, and he still doesn't because he didn't do any with the ultrasound that he did. So, bleh,
Measurement, either by hand or tape now, and you did a very brief ultrasound. Is that right?
Yes.
You're not here telling this jury that you believe that she had an IUGR baby. Is that right? You're not making that diagnosis.
I could not have made that diagnosis at the time of the visit.
One moment, Your Honor.
Mr. Rickers?
Is it possible that your 32 centimeter fundal height measurement could be off by 3 to 4 weeks? Of course it's possible because it was, correct?
Yes.
And if it is off by more than two weeks, what's that mean?
Well, if it's 2 weeks below a known gestational age or 4 weeks above a known gestational age, that would be of concern and would warrant additional testing, which might involve getting an ultrasound to determine, is the baby too big or is the baby too small?
So when you say
they should have at least even checked where the placenta was, was it in the correct place? Was it obstructing the cervix? Like, he did nothing.
Possible that it could be off by 3 to 4 weeks. We're not talking about you measuring incorrectly 3 to 4 centimeters when you use this tape. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you've done a fundal height measurement tens of thousands of times?
Yes.
In your standard practice, if you write down a specific number in your chart, is that you use this tape?
That's true.
Tens of thousands of times?
Correct.
And if you measure 32 centimeters and a woman is actually 35 or 37 or 39 weeks gestation, that is indicative that she has intrauterine growth restriction, correct?
That's certainly a possibility.
Very much so. It's not just 3 centimeters, correct?
I'm sorry, it's more than 2 centimeters less than. If the gestational age is known to be 32 weeks gestation and the measurement is more than if the gestational age was known to be 34 weeks gestation and the fundal height, a reliable fundal height is 32 weeks gestation, that is worthy of, I should say, more than 2 centimeters below. So if it was the gestational age is known to be 35 weeks gestation, and the measurement is 32, that would warrant additional testing.
Because it indicates there might be a problem.
Correct.
And a likely problem, obstetricians are told, look for likely problems. The likely problem here would be growth restricted fetus, right?
Growth restriction or oligohydramnios, both of which could be an indication that the fetus is not growing adequately or that there is compromise of that connection between the placenta and the uterus.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Doctor. You can step down. Next witness.
All of which he could have looked at through the ultrasound.
Allison Campbell.
Right, this is the last one.
Also requested that she not be.
Allison is the registered nurse that dealt with Skylar during these.
Filmed or videotaped.
These proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I don't think this obstetrician even knows what he's talking about.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Come here.
Thank you. Ma'am, would you please state your name, spell your last name for the record?
It's Allison Campbell, Campbell.
Ma'am, where were you employed in 2017?
At Hilltop OBGYN.
And how long did you work there?
7 years.
What was your position there, ma'am?
I was the clinical supervisor.
And what did your duties consist of?
Basically supervising the nursing staff, working with the physicians. I did help with the higher risk OB patients or gynecology patients as well.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to April of 2017. Did you become aware that a patient by the name of Brooke Richardson was seen at your office on April 26th of 2017?
Yes.
Ma'am, did you have any interaction with Ms. Richardson on the 26th of April?
No, I did not.
Okay. And how did you become involved then?
Dr. Andrew had come to me to ask me to reach out to her because he noticed she had not made a return appointment to be seen. And he wanted me to try to contact her to set that appointment date, as well as at the time, her insurance was out of network with Premier Health. So we were going to try to make sure we had care established to do a continuation of care.
And did you follow Dr. Andrews' directive? Did you attempt to make contact with Ms. Richardson to get her back into the practice?
Yes, I did. I tried to call, but was not able to reach her. So no, I did not speak with her directly.
Do you recall how many times you tried to get in touch with her?
Twice, I believe.
Okay. Do you recall, were you able to leave a voicemail? Do you remember?
I do not. I don't remember. I believe that it was either the voicemail was full or not set up.
Okay. But 2 separate times you tried to call her in an effort to get her back in.
Yes.
Are you aware whether she ever scheduled an appointment during that time period in April to come back in and be seen?
No, she did not.
Did you ever try to call her parents or her mother?
No, I did not.
What would be the reason for that?
She was 18 and medical consent had not been given to anyone. So I, under HIPAA, am unable to speak with anyone about her medical records.
Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Mr. Rickers, you may inquire.
Hi, Ms. Campbell.
Hi.
It's not uncommon for you or people in your group to call a patient to establish a continuation of care. Is that right?
That is correct.
And because it's important to get follow-up, right?
Yes.
And it's important for insurance to establish within a week or week and a half.
Yes.
I have no, the voicemail, you were not able to leave a voicemail.
No, I was not.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You can step down. You may. Remember the cautions that I have already given you. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Also, do not begin to form opinions about how the case should be decided. Also, you need to stay away from any media coverage or anything that you might read or see on the internet. Let's plan on being back here at 1 o'clock with the idea that we will get started then. Mr. Mullins, you can take the jury out. Our conference at the time that Ms. Sparkman was testifying, Mr. Rickers, you indicated that you had an objection based upon the motion in limine that had either been filed or to the discussions that we had had in pretrial. And do you want to make a record of that at this time?
Thank you, Your Honor. With your permission, I let Mr. Shewitt make a record of that.
That's fine. Just for the record purpose, I'm treating that objection as being timely filed, so as timely made. So go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. The objection was to Rule 403 as well as the fact that because in Ohio it's not a crime what happens before a baby is born, that the prenatal care is not something that needed to be discussed, and for those reasons was more prejudicial than it was probative, was the summary of the objection, Your Honor. If you want more on that, but we've discussed it.
State on that you want to put on the record?
Just, Your Honor, I believe that it goes to her motive in terms of the crimes that she's been charged with.
Okay, I've already provided the jury actually 2 cautionary instructions regarding this. I advised the jury that it was not a crime not to get prenatal care, and I gave them a specific example as to this. And I also have indicated to the jury that as a preliminary matter, and I plan on instructing them on this again, that in order for them to convict Ms. Richardson of the first 3 of the counts, the state has to establish beyond a reasonable doubt that the alleged victim was in fact born alive. So I'm going to overrule your objection as to that issue. We also had at our second sidebar conference issues regarding, I believe what was an issue regarding corpus delicti for potentially inculpatory statements of the defendant. Do we want to make a record on that?
I think we're we're done there, but I just had something pop up on my screen, which may be of interest. It's to do with the Carly Gregg trial. It's on Court TV right now as we speak. So I was going to end the stream with this witness anyway. So if you want to watch this very quickly, I shall do that, because I think it's a new trial she wants. And play.
Morning. Convicted killer Carly Gregg could get a new trial as her defense team is filing a motion for a brand new trial for her. This is coming less than 2 weeks since the judge sentenced her to life in prison without the possibility of parole for murdering her mother and trying to murder her stepfather. The defense is claiming in their motion that new evidence has been discovered that was unavailable during the trial, including an unaired portion of an interview that Carly's biological father, Kevin Gregg, did.
Oh, I watched this last night. Now, her father disappeared during the trial and no one could get hold of him, Kevin. And so he didn't testify in her defense. But as soon as Carly was convicted, suddenly he raised his head and is now taking paid interviews. Yeah. So, yeah, there's that.
With TV station WLBT.
And
he says that Carly's
interview is really dodgy. He looks like he's really scattered and off his, on something.
He was placed in equestrian therapy as a young child due to experiencing auditory hallucinations. Kevin Gregg refused to cooperate in Carly's defense, refused to talk to the state, and refused to talk to the mental health professionals who were evaluating his daughter. So not a lot of help he was. But now her defense team has learned this information after the fact, that she was hearing voices, and that, of course, could go to her mental state at the time of the incident. Let's talk about what this means with retired criminal defense attorney Kirk Nurmi, the man who famously saved Jodi Arias's life. Kurt, good morning to you. Oh, boy. Tell me your first thoughts when you heard that there was this newly discovered information unavailable to either side at the time of trial.
Good morning, Julie. Yeah, it's interesting, and it's not really surprising in the sense of what we learn about, right? We know that at her young age, to do what she did, there had to be some mental health issues. There had to be some trauma. There had to be something going on here. And now we're starting to see the beginnings of that in this motion. What her biological father could say could be very enlightening to her, maybe not her mental state at the time, but her mental health history, which touches on the idea of her transfer to adult court, as well as the viability of any defense. So given that an appeal, as we both know, Julie, and remind the viewers that any appeal is limited to what's on the record, the defense felt compelled, probably not thinking that they're going to win this motion, but compelled to put this on the record to flesh these things out so that when that case goes up on appeal, the Court of Appeals has a full record before them.
Important distinction you just made, Kirk. Thank you for that. So this motion is to the trial court. This is post-conviction relief with the trial court, where she had her case not yet up going to the appellate court, as you noted, which this is going to lay the groundwork for that potentially. Thank you for that. Kirk, so in this motion, it goes on to say that this new information from Carly's dad, Kevin Gregg, supports Dr. Andrew Clark, the forensic psychologist, their expert witness. It supports Dr. Clark's diagnosis of unspecified schizophrenic disorder, and it's likely.
Yes, this is Dr. Clark, the one that whose bill was over 50,000 or something to testify as an expert witness. Yeah, all right. Nice if you can get it. All right, my lovelies. We're going to wind up here. We have a couple more testimonies for day one, which we will continue on tomorrow, including the medical examiner And yes, it'll be again an 8 a.m. start, Eastern Standard Time, same place, same bat channel. Thank you very, very much for being here. Thank you for sharing all of your stories. Thank you for being so open and honest, and I just love it. You guys are just amazing, and I appreciate all of you for being here, and I thank you for all of your support. And with that, I shall bid you adieu. Night all.
Covering true crime and police arrests, where the judges move and the defense rests. Watching courts and trials, criminals at best, where the gavel drops and the defense rests.